Hey, hey, hey. How's everybody doing tonight?
Yeah.
Tonight's a
Pretty good.
Friday night.
Hmm.
Pretty good night because it's a Friday night.
That it
Hmm.
is. We ready to get all into it?
Mm.
That doesn't
Only
spill a
moderately.
lot of confidence.
We're waiting for what's his face.
No, we're not.
Why not?
'Cause it's now. So the party has just recently gotten some more of that news regarding the recent information delivered to Mr. Lork Delmarev. It is early in the morning. Is it just me or only two people inside our Hectorum town right now?
I
Oh.
just joined.
I'm in.
There we go. People are joining
Also, don't mind me casually just going to roll my hit dice.
now.
My PC is not cooperating, so I'm having to take alternative measures.
I understand.
Good news is I should have slightly better sound quality.
Let us hope so. It
Okay,
sounds
cool.
reasonable
7. We
so
take those.
far.
All right.
Mr. Lork, you have only just recently read, and I believe you have divulged the information in the contents of the
Yes.
letter,
I did in fact do so.
which, for the stream, particularly pertains to their court summon in 6 days in time at Sojupem itself.
Well, obviously, we should try to be there at least a bit early.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Indeed.
Should definitely show up a few days before.
And unarmed. And
Of
he
course.
sort of looks over at Rifter's now Nox body.
He just kind of shrugs and Rifter jokingly makes like a karate chop and he says, sorry, no can do. I'm always a weapon.
You will arrive unarmed.
Yeah, mom.
I mean, we could take his arms off.
We might have to if things get bad enough.
Question, by the way, just out of curiosity, DM, what is the range of my dagger of returning? Like, can I just pop it whenever?
You can.
Okay, cool. In that case, I just leave it on a windowsill, and I just by my bed, and I just go ahead and I say, "Listen, mate, I'm going to go ahead and arrive unarmed as promised, and if things get dicey, we'll break out the lead."
That won't work in the courtroom, I'm afraid.
Well, if they try to kill us, I'm just saying, I'm not going down without a fight.
No, I believe you. It's just, I'm sure Darius will also be able to confirm this, but courts across the entire empire have permanent anti-magic fields laid upon them.
Oh, piss.
It's a
prevent-
sort of, yeah.
To prevent
For the-
enchantment. Apologies.
No, you go ahead. I interrupted you.
To prevent enchantment magics from being used to coerce desired answers from those on trial.
Rifter just kind of shrugs and he says, for all the times he's been in court, all the times he's been in jail, I don't think he's ever spent a day in court. So he just shrugs.
Well, I mean, frequently when you assault the leaders of something, they might have ways to circumvent that.
He just nods and smiles.
So I could, Darius, if you would let me use a box, I could send something to where's okay. I could send something to the laws and ethics professor at Cosvin, maybe get us some advice.
I would love to help, but I don't think I can do that anymore.
Yes, of course. we've taken the box for granted so far. It's just,
Mhm.
I do apologize.
Don't.
I
It's
hope
fine.
I hope Dyer isn't too worried by me suddenly stopping correspondence with him.
It'll be fine.
Hmm.
We'll find a new box bearer.
Mayhaps. Oh,
Or mayhaps I return the mantle at some point.
well, in that case, since we have to head to Soju Pem anyway, I was thinking that maybe we should stop by the checkpoint on the way out and consult with Shirak. If he accompanies us to Soju, then we will have an auspicia on our side who can help us actually present our arguments in court.
Mm.
Can't hurt.
There will have to be some deceit, of course, but
Or
there
perhaps
is
instead of
hardly
deceit, we can resort to lies of omission instead.
exactly. But in any case, nobody knows the laws better than an auspicia, so having him on our side will do a lot for our cause.
Sure as hell could have used one in my day in court.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, everyone gather your things. Alert. Where is Doppler anyway? Is he here?
He's somewhere around town, likely.
Alright, someone find Doppler.
I'm
I
here.
will negotiate with Shrek.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
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 Okay, yeah, okay. Sorry. I was toggling mute on and off. It's like,
No, it's that Doppler isn't in the house, so sending someone to
Oh.
find him.
okay, cool. They find me quickly and we return to the house.
Yes, of course.
We find him quickly and return to the house.
You
And
find
Lord
him
had
quickly and return to the house.
Wow, Doppler, we found you quickly. Let's return to the house.
and
Yes,
Lorik heads off to the checkpoint.
Lorik heads off to the checkpoint.
Well, suppose we fill you in,
Yes, please. What have y'all been up to recently?
Well, we are being summoned to the courts
That sounds bad.
for likely Philip's murder.
Huh.
We've,
Well, that's not great.
if you do recall, we received the prophecy from Decius's god, or whatever it was, and have been following it relatively so. The merchant that came on the 40th, we purchased their items, was supposed to show up unarmed, so, and he sort of like just gestures with a hand. And keep in mind, the courts will be under a permanent anti-magic field, which goes for both us and the Delmarevs there. There will be no magics employed to coerce an answer from us, but we will have no magic in return for our cause. Supposedly, this day, this if we follow this prophecy right, anyways, should give us a couple of months of distraction, during which we should be able to supposedly resolve the situation for good without having anyone else take the blame.
Sounds ideal.
Aye, and hopefully we can reach that ideal.
So we're getting a lawyer?
That is actually where he went, Lorik. He's going to grab an auspicia. They are members of the Delmarov clan who know the law better than anyone.
Seems like someone we need then.
Mm-hmm. You just await on his rearrival, and we should be heading out soon. We want to reach there early, have time to prepare.
Speaking of, would it be reasonable to say that Lorik has reached there roughly at this point?
I would not be opposed to that. Let's swap over there. Alright, Lorik, you have arrived. It is in our Hectorum proper.
Yep. Jarvis,
Oh,
Shrakt, it's good to
morning.
see you again.
Likewise.
Shrakt, could I speak with you for a moment?
He kind of turns and looks up to you and just simply begins to follow.
Lorik heads into the gatehouse proper.
EA and Gelkin are currently enjoying some warm porridge.
Hello there.
Oh, hi again. Hello.
We'll be but a moment. Don't worry about us. Shrakt, I have a favor to ask. Myself and some of my traveling companions have been summoned to court in Sojupem for the 13th. I don't know exactly what the summons is for, but it seems prudent to have an auspicia by our side, especially one with the expertise that you have. Would you be willing to accompany us?
I would, but I cannot promise that I will defend you. I must, as part
Of
of my
course.
oath, I must follow what I believe to be true. And once we hear what the allegations are, if you convince me, I will fight for you.
Thank you. That's all I could ask for anyone. I wouldn't ask anyone to betray their beliefs. Well, myself and my companions will be passing through here within likely an hour or two's time. And assuming that you have all of your supplies prepared by then, we should be free to head to Sojupan.
I shall.
Thank you. And hopefully Gelkin and Jarrus can handle the checkpoint without issue.
He kind of looks over to Gelkin, who's a little bit difficultly handling his porridge. I'm sure they'll be fine.
Aye. Well, thank you for your time. I will rejoin the others and make sure that all our preparations are sorted out. Glory to the Highborn.
Glory to the Highborn.
And Lorik leaves the gatehouse like a fraud.
Ha!
Shark remains sitting during the entirety of your departure. You return to the house.
Good news, everyone. Shrakt will be accompanying us to Sojupem, but we don't have any guarantee that he will actually defend us yet. We have to convince him of our correctness, innocence, whatever you want to call it.
Well, we can try.
Aye.
What evidence do we think they might have against us?
I don't know yet.
Last I recall, we didn't exactly leave anything that would, give us a calling card.
We did leave a survivor, though.
I doubt it. I doubt that they would sell us out.
They could have had the truth extracted from them.
Maybe.
I'm just
What
saying
about-
we should be prepared.
What about Decius? That was his name, right?
Aye.
The
He
guy who
values
didn't
his own
want to
time.
quit?
I didn't hear that last thing you
Doppler
said.
first.
Wasn't there the? You remember how not everyone went to go murder the guy? Not that we did. We totally didn't. But hypothetically, we split up, and a couple people stayed behind, including I want to say Decius was his name, and Turtle
Decius
Dude.
was there with us.
Oh,
As was
okay.
August.
Oh, really?
But
Yeah.
I doubt that they would have sold us out. Decius is too pragmatic, he would have saved his own hide.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, to be fair, it's not like he exactly did anything.
Oh, is everyone packed for the journey?
How did we get the information to know that the prince was going to be there when we killed him? Is there someone that gave us the intel that would know that we would have the information to go kill him there?
Not someone physical, as I understand it. You would have to ask Knox for all the details.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, well, it may be true he is too pragmatic. He could certainly try to sell us out.
He would be implicating himself, though.
But,
Give him at least some credit for being intelligent.
but a lighter sentence for selling us out. It's not like he exactly did anything.
The sentence for regicide is still death.
Plea deal? I kind of shrugs.
I doubt my client would be that generous.
Even if he did, there's not much we can do about that. We should think about evidence that they might have that we can contest. Because if they got a solid mind reading confession, then we're just fucked, right? So like, what
Which is why we should get
they
there
might have
early.
to be? Or we can just go on the run.
Not an option.
Why
In
not?
that case, we should get there early, figure out what they know or what they think they know, and figure out how to counter that.
Wait, so why can't we just like run away and go on the lam?
Knox, do you mind elaborating?
I go ahead and I show him the note. And I point down to the part where it says absence is confession.
Yeah, sure, but like we are guilty. So like if we think they have an unbeatable case, it doesn't make sense to show up, right? We might as well confess and not be in the middle of them as opposed to confess and be in the middle of them, you know?
There's a case rather like ours from roughly 20 years ago, was used to... It's something of a scare tactic among the Frontis. Shortly after Emperor Cadwin took the throne, the previous executor Frontis disagreed with his policies, how he was handling the war, all that. He wanted to save his own troops who were dying en masse. So he betrayed the throne. He sold state secrets to the savage kingdoms. He was summarily hunted down and executed alongside his nominus and roughly half the Frontis. Even in the savage kingdoms, they were able to find him. If we run, we're consigning ourselves to the same fate.
Besides, it's better to blend in society, to hide in plain sight, rather than to try to run away. Even if we are, and I do like air quotes, guilty. I doubt they have a very good case. That's why they haven't just busted down the door.
Though the Inquisitors that we received earlier are concerning.
It is rather curious that they are inviting us rather than subduing us and taking us there.
Exactly. As far as I'm aware, most of these fuckers, they're not exactly the most kind or polite of individuals. If they actually had something on us, we would be in chains already.
Well, it's just easier for them, right? Give us the chance to come in willingly, save themselves a bunch of effort, and then if we resist, then come at us. But I mean, I guess it does give us a warning too, so I'm not sure if we can read too much into it.
Nah, what I think it is suspicion. I mean, think about it. Suddenly, the guy goes missing, and we all happen to be affiliated with one of the culprits.
That seems fishy. That, if anything, my innocence should be proven by the fact that I restored him to health back in Soju Pam.
Something we can use in the case.
If all
True.
magic's
True.
dispelled in the area, are they going to be able to tell who our fine feathered friend is?
I don't think that's an ongoing magical effect.
I look down at my body and I say, uh, it's 50-50, honestly. Could be science, could be magic.
Part of me thinks that they already know who they're inviting.
That could be the case. But we're not going to solve anything by simply standing around and discussing it with no further evidence.
Right. I say
So
we
should
just
be off then.
get a move on you.
Uh,
And remember, stick to the plan.
and Aquila, while we're on the road, do you mind checking out that potion that we bought from Ahmad? As I recall,
I'll look into it. Yeah.
we still don't know what it does exactly.
Yes.
Considering it is part of our salvation, supposedly, would rather be prudent we know.
Hmm.
We can just go ahead and get that out of the way. If we is the party doing anything else, or are we just
No.
heading out to the road?
I think we're bueno adios mastering.
Yeah.
Yeah, just packing quick and heading out on the road.
Akla, if you would be so kind to make me 2 Arcana checks.
I have to get my other sheet out. I was not prepared for this. Okay.
You should probably move to our Hectorum proper anyway, since that is where the remainder of it will
I
be.
did. Okay. The remainder of it will be in dungeon. Okay. Let's see.
Can't believe people aren't in a Hectorum already.
God,
Ridiculous.
I mean, really?
Isn't that
Serious?
where we are, literally? Like, how are you not in Hectorum while in Hectorum?
Lamal?
The Mao
It's
got him.
crazy. Imagine doing a whole D&D session
Imagine that.
while like driving to Austin or something.
It's kind of silly, TBH.
Dude, imagine driving to Austin, period.
Imagine Austin.
Imagine
dragons.
dragons.
Oof.
What the fuck?
What are dragons?
Imagine dungeons. So you wanted 2 Arcana checks?
I did. Alright. On that second one, you end up being able to discern the effects of the potion through a little bit of cross-referencing with some of your other research that you have on hand, as well as a very minor degree of experimentation. Essentially, it has 4 charges,
Mm-hmm.
4 total uses that a person can use a bonus action to consume to give themselves advantage on wisdom and constitution checks. Excuse me, saves for the next minute. That advantage applies even if the target has disadvantage.
Okay. Interesting. I relay this to the party.
And while we're here doing this kind of thing, can we requalify what it is the grapple and then the magic ink and quill and the rope do?
They are simply the things. They
Oh,
are
I
what
thought
they
that
are.
I thought that the ink and the ink well was magical in some way.
It
I thought
has.
the inkwell was a relic, but not necessarily magical.
Hmm.
If I recall correctly, that's what I have in my notes. If I flavored it up, then that's on me. But I don't think I did.
No. I was
Yeah.
just misremembering, I think.
Yeah, it's tied to Illmatter, but doesn't have any specific effects, as I recall.
The party spends 4 days traveling to Sojupa. It is now the 11th, 2 days before your first trial hearing.
First.
Oh no, I don't like that.
What, you think
Neither do
you think the
I.
entire trial takes place in 1 day?
Hey, can
No,
you,
very unwise.
JC, just so that we can get this out of the way, can you attach my token to subjugated or redeemed instead of subjugated?
Ah, I see, thank you. It has
Pog.
been done.
I also have not been connected to my alchemist sheet.
I see.
It's still old sheet.
Whoa, you don't need to curse. Keck W.
Heck W.
Heck W.
So it's Nox and Slork. This is our adventuring party. It has
Alright.
been done.
Since we have some time before the trial, we should secure lodgings in town. I think the Mercenary Guild should do, since we've used them before.
You okay there?
Yeah.
Sure enough, do you mind sharing a room with Shiract, since... Alright.
As we walk, I go ahead and I scribble down a piece of paper on a piece of paper, and I show Darius. I basically just hand it to him, letting him, and it basically just says, "Keep in mind, limited lines." I just point to like my throat.
Mm-hmm. And he nods.
Oh. Once we get the room settled, perhaps I should get started on trying to figure out what exactly this trial is about.
I suppose we should all show up together as the 4 that were summoned, but I'd have no problem with letting you do the talking, considering you are the Delmarev.
Aye. And Shiract, would you mind accompanying us to figure out what this trial is actually about?
Of course.
Thank you. Oh. In that case, sure enough, do you mind setting up the accommodations while the rest of us head to the courthouse? Thank you. Would Lorg actually know where the courthouse in Soju is? I doubt he would, since this wasn't ever really his jurisdiction.
No, you would not, but you can certainly feel free to ask around.
Are we
Feel like-
staying at the guild again?
Aye. They've treated us well in the past.
What's the name of the Dragonborn we got with us? The other one?
Shiract.
Perhaps your friend, Tract, I believe it was, knows where the courthouse is?
Aye, perhaps. Shiract, do you have... are you familiar
He
with...
leads you
Soju?
to it.
Thank you. Apologies. Despite how often I've been here, I'm not exactly that familiar with the city.
So as he directs you, he leads you to the upper city.
Based?
Big.
By the by, I don't know if she was actually there, but I stopped by Emma's place of work for a second just to give her a wink and a nod.
She is in fact there, and you will be able to talk to her, since that is where you guys will be those of you who are not
okay,
going to
cool.
the courthouse are going to the Mercenaries Guild.
Well, poor timing that he is in fact coming with us to the courthouse as one of the 4 that were summoned.
Yes.
Yeah, true.
Unlucky.
I'm just saying that I like because it's on the way. I just like wave and then leave.
Gotcha.
Oh, by the way, before we go, I give Chernoff instructions to get 4 rooms.
Schoonhoff does so. I assume.
Sternhoff takes all of the money given, set aside,
Schoonhoff
runs
is
away.
muted. What a tragedy. He can no longer cast spells that require a verbal component.
Regardless.
Yes.
You are stopped at the entrance to the upper city. The guards ask your purpose. Correct.
We intend.
No, you may go
Yeah.
ahead. You're right.
We intend to visit the courthouse. We have a summons for the 13th, and we intend to figure out what the purpose of the summons is.
Very well. Come on through.
Thank you. Lork does so, with Shrek leading the way.
You continue to move on the ways up to the courthouse itself as he follows the
Yo.
way.
Oh shit.
Zaspatwa.
He gestures
Thank you
over
for
to
the
this
extra.
building.
Oh, now that we've been here once, it should be much easier to remember the way from here on out.
Aye.
Thank you.
He continues to move with you.
Do you know if they currently have any proceedings ongoing, or if we can head in to inquire?
He moves over and talks to this guard. They appear to be busy.
All right.
Well, we are here 2 days early. We can wait.
And besides, perhaps some of the more well-connected among us can attempt to ask around town. Oh, god damn it.
Perhaps. Although I think it's best to keep this more under wraps.
Aye. Well, in that case, now that we know the way, we can reconvene with the others and figure out a course of action from here. What do you all say?
It's rather unfortunate we came all this way, but at least we got the location out of it.
Aye.
Noxious nods.
Then I suppose we return to the what's it called?
The main
Mercenary.
square.
Guild.
Yep.
Or the square, I
Guild.
guess.
If Schoonhoff is back, he can describe him getting the rooms, which end up being set up with little hassle. I shall deduct the appropriate money.
Somehow get robbed, Strunhoff.
I mean, you said you gave him the money, didn't you?
No, I'm saying that. I was saying the money. He ran off with the money that was accumulated for it.
Oh, I
Not
see.
that I gave him the money for
I
it.
see, of course.
I'm gonna be right back.
It has been done.
Okay.
The party has arrived at the Mercenaries Guild. I guess we
Golden, are
stand
you-
around awkwardly. I mean, he did say he would BRB, but there are other people who exist.
Yeah.
I go up to the
Yeah.
counter, and I just put an elbow on the side, and I kind of give her a look. and I scribble down on a piece of paper just a picture of a bird, and I slide it over to her just to make sure she knows that's me.
You have already been in this form with her before.
Okay, I couldn't remember if it was this or Vermilion. Okay.
I mean, you
Yes.
have done all three.
Oh, okay, cool. In that case, I just write down on a piece of paper how's business, and I slide it over to her.
Everything's good. And she just kind of leans over with her chin in her hand, elbow resting on the table.
Excuse me. I I just continue to write down on that little piece of paper, because I don't want to use anything of my voice. And I'm just like, so, funny story. I'm here for a court case.
Is that full stop?
That's just full stop.
Okay. Well, I certainly hope you're doing the right thing.
I nod and I'm just kind of like me too, but I write like me and then two, like the number.
Of course, he's texting.
Darius, seeing this interaction as he's like making his way through the area, just kind of like looks over and says, "Do you want a line or two? I can give you one. I want you to peg me later tonight."
And I I look at I look at Darius.
She looks at you with a little bit of a pained smile and gently puts like one of her fingers up to her lips in like a shh motion.
I look at Darius and I just put my arm around him and I say, I don't think you quite know how this works.
I mean, she's looking worried, like irrelevant of that.
Yeah. Oh no, I was looking at Darius. But then I look back at her, and I just in a much more serious tone, in a much more like serious facial expression, I just write down, "I'll be fine," and then I give her like a nod and like a smile.
So, Strunhoff, I take it you were able to inform her about us not knowing how long we're going to be here for?
Yes, she was quite understanding.
Thank you for your repeated hospitality.
Of course. I assume that you guys just got the standard.
Yeah.
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 Well, we're not feeling the
Broke
deluxe
a-
rooms right
broke
now.
ass bitch.
We don't feel like it.
I have basically no money because of that Darius event.
Same.
Keck W.
Keck W,
Oh,
get one.
God.
Get one.
Wait a minute.
Do I actually have more money than Rifter right now?
You do. Rifter's incredibly broke.
This is
That's
disgusting.
horrible.
Yeah, this is a dark timeline. This is the worst ending.
The bad ending.
Yeah.
How the fuck does Lord have more money than Rifter?
Because Rifter has.
Rifter hasn't stolen it.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, I was about to say that.
Does this entire group just have one brain cell?
Basically.
One
No,
well
it's
elective.
me.
What?
Um.
So, how do
So
we want to split these rooms up? I know that Aquila, you want your own room. Strunhoff has agreed to host Chiract.
I could room with Doppler if I need to.
And then that leaves the most obvious rooming. Perfect. We're done.
uh
All right then.
question, do I know if she actually sleeps here or if she just works here?
You would not know.
Damn. Unlucky. Well, I'm not gonna find out now. So yeah, I just take whatever rooming accommodations we've set up.
Okay. Let me switch over.
Darius made a call out post on his twitter.com. Rifter does, however, take the room that he wants and kind of yeets himself onto the bed.
Well, this area doesn't exactly inspire confident memories.
Apologies.
What are you apologizing for?
I don't know exactly, frankly.
Relax. You'll need to, because you won't be able to in a couple of days.
That is true. Hopefully this trial goes well.
Well, we can hope so. Here I am eating my words, saying that we'll be fine, that the message will come back great.
Well, if we can convince Shiract, we should have a leg up.
Indeed. And we already have one of our legs up. That's, I mean, if we convince her act at that point, we're just standing on the table.
We just have to figure out what these items are even used for.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out where everyone is. Ignore that.
Yeah,
Well-
Clida's a room checkup call. Just going around.
I assume we'll find out when the time comes.
Not knowing for sure is an uneasy feeling, though.
Have we ever really known anything for sure? We just work with what we have.
You make a good point. Hopefully Nox doesn't make too much more trouble for us in the meantime, though.
Normally I'd be worried, but I have faith in his seriousness in such a situation.
I suppose you're right. Well, we'd
Well-
best get some rest.
Aye, I'm assuming tomorrow we might have freedom to observe the courts, try and determine why we're here. Or maybe
Good
they'll
know.
still be in session and we're just going to have to go in blind.
Although, frankly, we already know there's more for Shract's benefit.
Well, it'd still be nice to know what they know.
That is true. And who knows, maybe this could all just be a hearing to restore your status as chaff rather than null.
Well, as much as I like to think that, it did align exactly with the date, and they did also call Doppler and Nox.
Aye. Very unlikely, but there may be a slim possibility.
Who knows?
Lorik proceeds to try and get some sleep.
I assume the rest of the party does the same.
Yes.
The rest of the party does the rest.
I do, but before I go to sleep, Rifter literally draws that meme image that you made of Rifter just beating the shit out of Racked.
Honestly, that's way better than where I thought it was gonna go. Thanks, Owen.
I feel like Rifter has some issues.
Dude, come on! Why does everyone suspect something bad is gonna happen from me?
Because
I
it's
would-
Richter.
I would never put the party in jeopardy.
He says,
Says
putting
man
the
who
party in
literally
jeopardy.
Says man
Hey.
who literally shot Philip Volstrom in public.
Yeah,
Not- probably only like 34 feet from your current location, give or take. You know?
you're right. And listen, you weren't implicated for that. You were implicated for actually killing him. You agreed to that, okay? That's all I'm saying.
You know what? It was 60 feet.
65.
It was like 65 feet away from.
You're like, okay,
Your current
one last
location.
thing. Rifter does look out the window, smells the fresh air, and looks at that spot, and he just thinks to himself, good times, and then he goes to sleep.
The fresh air does not smell very fresh. But that's city life. The next morning comes without issue. It is currently rather early in the morning, only slightly after dawn.
Well, shall we get the others up?
Well, I assume Strunhoff is already awake, but we
Or
should
he could
wake
be
up
asleep
Knox.
until noon.
I mean, that's like 10% of the time.
Still not an insignificant amount.
Suppose not. He either manages to waken before any of us, or he doesn't wake up, and we have to check for his heartbeat.
Somehow it's still there every time.
I mean, if he was really that close to death, would he really be able to channel such magics?
You bring up a good point.
Regardless, I'll take the left side, you take the right side.
Aye.
Bonk,
And Lord
bonk.
proceeds to knock on Aquila and Doppler's room.
Yes, hello, good morning.
I'm up.
Just wanted to make sure you were all up.
Yep.
Darius does a wonk, wonk, wonk,
Doppler,
wonk,
you were
wonk.
saying? Unless you were not.
I don't think he
I
was.
thought I heard his voice. But okay.
My HP is 1, but that's just in this room, I think.
On a very rare occasion, Rifter is actually up pretty early because he's just downstairs waiting. He's sitting in a chair, like basically shaking his leg. You know the shake where it's like going
Yeah.
up and down. You know what
The one that
ADHD kids do.
The one that I'm doing right now.
Yeah,
as
yeah,
you say
exactly.
that?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Same.
He's just waiting there, like tapping his legs, like waiting for Emma to show up. Or if she's already there, then he's just enjoying being around her.
That's a mood.
Company is had.
Well, I'm glad to see you two are awake. I will proceed to check with Knox, see if he is ready for some of the day's necessities.
Mm-hmm.
Darius
And
bonks
Lord
on the
comes
door.
downstairs.
Darius bonks on the door. Old man, you awake? He knocks a little bit louder.
He was deed.
Sternhoff has finally died of a heart attack.
Remind me one more time the
Yeah.
name of the Delmarev.
Shirak.
And then a little bit louder. What about you, Shrek?
Groaning.
Can I come in to see if Strunhoff is alive?
Fine.
He opens the door. Sort of looks at Sloric. Looks at Strunhoff and sort of like puts his finger over his lips and then points at Strunhoff and then sort of like jump on him.
He looks at you, he looks at Shunov. He looks at you. He looks at the bed. He looks at you and Schoenhoff in the bed, and Schoenhoff, and kind of wiggles like his rear end a little bit as he squishes down, and then bloop.
I fucking love Sloric.
So now the
I
real
opened
question.
my eyes to blue skies.
You are Mr. Blue Sky.
I realize I am inside.
DM, by the way, Rifter in his notebook takes the time to burn any possibly incriminating drawings.
Understandable, honestly.
So he basically purges his notebook of anything that would incriminate him. That way he can keep it on him.
What you're saying is he burns his notebook.
Rest in peace, Chronicle of the Endless. Rifter's notes.
Hey, wait. Rifter made copies.
Ah, yes, I'm sure.
Welcome back
What-
to the land of the living, old man.
As if I could forget it.
Well, if you
Pull
don't,
out of bed.
get out of Sloric, you won't be here for long.
Sloric kind of rolls off you as you twist your legs over to start getting out of bed. Just kind of.
He looks over to the Delmarev, still in bed. Well, take your time. We'll be downstairs when you're ready.
Yeah. And this is why I chose to be in Auspicia.
Not a morning person. Mood.
Thank you for coming with us. It means a lot.
Yeah.
I start making my way out of the room.
Nice.
Nox, I need you to head through town, see what you can find out, if there's anything to find out. You think you can do that?
Evan?
I'm sorry. I think I missed that last part.
Lorik was asking Nox if he could just go through town, see if he could find what he could find. Kind of not so subtly implying, check with the thieves.
I nod and I walk over. And I make sure I'm not tailed or followed by anybody of law-abiding precedent or just in general. And then I go ahead and after taking a few like loops around, like casually walking,
Hey, Evan,
whistling.
since I feel like you're brain farting, it's literally right next door.
Oh no! I'm saying I take like weird routes on purpose to double make sure. But yeah, no, I'm
mean,
aware of
it's...
this.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I go ahead.
No,
and I
he
do
has
that.
to lose his tail first.
Yeah, true. And then I go ahead and I enter the Thieves Guild and or I knock or do whatever hand sign thing I did before or whatever symbol I did because obviously I imagine I can't just walk in.
You would believe that no one is there as it is not opened.
I see. In that case, I'm just gonna. Well, let me check in the door first. Let me check in like the eye hole, just make sure nobody's it's actually empty.
Just give me a D20.
Okay.
Just for that.
14.
You cannot see through. It is
Okay.
It is like not visible. They were not stupid about it.
Okay, in that case, I walk back and I just give a shrug and I shake my head.
Nothing.
I nod, or I shake my head again now.
Unfortunate, but I suppose we'll have to find out at the courthouse then.
I then shake my head. I'm like, yes, indeed.
Take two.
Take two. You get to the courthouse early enough that today's bit is not in session yet.
Oh fuck, Carolyn's there.
Okay.
Fuck.
Oh,
Hello there.
Oh shit! It's one of my own.
What's that supposed to mean,
Oh,
bird? Not
God.
like other bird?
I'm not like other bird. I'm not like
not
the
like
other
other
birds.
birds.
Wait! Oh fuck! Oh my god! Wait!
Yeah.
They actually got him! Holy shit!
Wait a minute, that is a shifter. Oh.
Dude, I can't believe this motherfucker.
Unlucky.
I let him live, and he does that. All right, I'm gonna kill this motherfucker. I swear to God.
I don't think it's what he did. I think it's what Parolin did to him, probably.
It doesn't matter, dude. I let him live, and he does this to me, dude. That's grieving.
Yeah.
Somehow, imagine leaving witnesses.
Lorik approaches presumably with Shirakt and greets Parolin formally.
He nods his head. Ominous.
I take it you're here for the trial starting tomorrow?
The trial has been going on for many days, young Lork.
Ah. Apologies, I've only just heard about it as of 5 days ago, when I received the letter.
understand. You'll be accounted for your story and such when the time comes.
Is there any information that we can have about the trial before our part comes to pass?
As much as I wish I could, Brother Lork, you know that I cannot do that.
Hi. Well, thank you for your time, Executor. Glory to the Highborn.
Glory to the Highborn.
Get anything out
Lorik
of it?
return. Unfortunately not.
Sharak, however, does begin to step forward and discuss a bit with him.
Though the fact that Parolin has a Kenku by his side implies that Kenku has some specific testimony from someone else that needs to be repeated verbatim.
Potentially.
Question, DM. This is gonna sound racist, but do I know this guy?
No, you do not
Okay.
know her.
You racist mother. Father
Bird
fuck.
not like other bird.
I for a second I thought JC might be pulling the old dude. They brought in your dad bit. I was gonna be like, dude, what the fuck?
That would have been hilarious.
No, you do not recognize her face.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I would recognize your father, considering I have had regular routine sex with him.
I'm sorry.
Gender, a construct.
True.
But that thing, it scares me.
And
Or / asexual.
given the fact that he is there, Lorik says, nodding to the shifter, there are implications.
Shrek briefs you on a few details as you return to. Well, are you returning to the Mercenary Guild?
Probably, yeah. We can talk in private there and plan.
He gives you the basic briefing that they are investigating the attempted murder of Philip Volsham, and that you were in the area and they would like to hear your account of the situation.
Alright, that seems routine enough. And in that case, I suppose it makes sense to also involve Knox, Doppler, and Darius in this, since they were also in the area.
God, what did that Featherface bring us into?
He swindled us all, is what he did.
Knox is about to like say something, and then he just doesn't. He opens his mouth and he's like,
Lork gives Knox a glare that, to him, would say pretty clearly, "Not right now." Just
Oh,
wants to
no.
save face.
Nah, he says something to like try to add in, but he doesn't have the words, so he just doesn't.
I suppose we should fill you in on some of the details ourselves, Shrek. When this caravan first arrived in Hectorum, we encountered the fugitive known as Rifter. He was roped into the expedition for time because only one key card was produced and we couldn't dissuade everyone from exploring the dungeon.
Seemed reasonable enough at first.
But then we traveled to Soju Pem for a shipment of supplies to one of the stores in Hectorum. And while we were there, I attempted to requisition some supplies to aid in capturing the so-called vigilante. I assume you know the one. And when I left the meeting with Executor Jalis, I found that who I found out later to be Philip Wallstrom was lying bleeding out on the ground, and I attempted to heal him. As soon as I saw him there, I had no idea of what was even going on at the time. It was only later that I had found out that bird had used us to get close to him.
Do you know anyone else who can corroborate your healing of him?
He was surrounded by
There were multiple other Delmarevs.
his personal guard.
And I believe that Nen and Sawyer might be able to corroborate. As I recall, they were in the area as well.
I see. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at the other Delmarev's armor? Would you think that you'd be able to identify them as Afrontis?
Can Lork make a
Yes.
history check? Okay. History check or just recognize them?
History check.
Okay. Come on, D20, don't fail me now.
Deck W.
Honestly, good enough, TBH. Very low save.
Okay, thank
Yes,
God.
they were Frontis Maniple.
Alright, the other Delmarv in the area was Frontis. Why do you ask?
Well, quite frankly, if they are, they may still be in the barracks to be able to be called upon.
That makes sense.
From the way it sounded, it didn't feel like we were being accused, only set as witnesses, potentially.
Perhaps.
Well, if nothing else, learning this is frankly a load off my shoulders. It's good to go in knowing what awaits us.
I wish I'd killed him when I confronted him after, but can't change the past.
The party is getting close to returning to the Mercenary Guild.
Well, Shirak, you have more expertise in this area than I do. What do you suggest we do from here until the time of the trial itself?
I recommend making sure that everyone is aware of the same situation of events.
Thank you.
And I do hope, for your sake and ours, that they are the correct one.
But in any case, Nen Wallstrom should be able to corroborate our story. Unless she's already been brought in. But if she hasn't, then she would make another excellent witness.
I imagine it's hard for her.
Aye.
An attempt on her uncle's life.
Yeah.
Hardly imagine what it would be like to have your family targeted like that.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at, Nort going out of his way to target Damarev sometimes. That one time.
If I'm not mistaken, Lorik hasn't actually killed any of that. Oh, no, he did kill Kivas, my bad.
Ah!
He was specifically the one to deal the killing blow there. Never mind. I am a hypocrite. I am a fraud.
The party has returned to the Mercenary Guild. The rest of the group is enjoying a warm breakfast.
Then we spend this day preparing ourselves, reviewing our information, checking with potential corroborators for our story, and then we'll be out of here by the end of tomorrow, I assume.
Hopefully that's all it takes.
Ugh.
I definitely don't want to get dragged into a drawn-out legal process.
Because I've had one too many of those already. Do you know how long it took?
It was a 3-week trial, wasn't it?
Aye, 3 weeks, far longer than it needed to be.
What was?
My trial for... God, I can't even barely remember the charges anymore. It was something along the lines of using my, quote, UNT powers to gain an edge in competition, and that I was a threat to both the business and the peoples of Gorheim.
Ah, okay, so complete bullshit then. Alright.
Darius shrugs. I mean, I can't blame them. I am UNT.
Yeah, but...
I would have made the same presumption about any other UNT of my race. Sorry, any other UNT in my place, not of my race. That's a redundant statement.
Yeah, it is.
Doppler, do you have any concerns about
So...
this?
You're muted, Ryan.
Yes, I know. Sorry. I don't know that we really have gained any new information, so my concerns remain the same. In terms of, I'm trying to think about like worst case scenarios and prep for those. You know, thinking about like ways out of here if we need to, stuff like that.
I mean, I do think there's very little we need to worry about. We stick to what happened and come out on top.
Aye.
We have people to corroborate what we've told so far. Lorik actively tried to heal him, or I believe succeeded in it.
And the very next night, we should watch over the cathedral to ensure that Ambert didn't even try to finish the job.
Oh yeah, and we even tried to hunt him down, didn't we?
We did. And I was speaking earlier about the confrontation and how I wish I'd killed him then. Or at least
Yeah, I'll be fine.
regardless. We maintain our level heads, maintain our stories. We don't panic, and we're fine. Even if
Nosh.
worst comes to worst, and we're executed for whatever reason, at least this time I won't have the icon devour my soul.
Yes, that is a plus.
Nox gives you a very grievous look, like, oh, okay.
Hi.
I mean, he's right.
Your situation definitely has improved.
Listen, all I'm saying is that my worst case scenario is now on par with your worst case scenario.
He kind of like raises his hands back and forth, like up and down, like a scale, and he nods. He's like, okay.
Just remembering, just from the past, didn't Nox have his own explicit voice for a period of time?
He did. The problem is that was a voice Dyer did canonically.
Oh.
Yeah.
So we don't have anyone to refresh.
So
that voice
the
and-
lines that I have of basic, either that I've written
What
down or just basic talking, are all I got.
Specifically, do you need?
I need either a lot of lines to defend myself in court, which I am saving because canonically, and DM is free to correct me here, how I've been going about it is that Rifter can use like one or two words in the same voice that he didn't hear in that voice. Like, he can do it, but it's sparse. So he's not talking to save his voice because he's pretty sure he's going to have to do that.
Basically,
you're
if he
saying is
exceeds
that-
like 20% of it being new words, it becomes very, very problematic very quickly.
So what you're saying is that you need a changeling to change their form and speak in a voice similar to Nox's to refresh his memory.
Changelings
Man, it sure would be
do not
convenient if we had.
do not inherently change their voices.
Well, it's not that he needs it to refresh his
yeah,
memory. He just needs
they-
new lines.
I mean,
Period.
they literally do though, because that's the whole thing about physically changing your body. Your voice is based on your vocal cords,
Listen.
and if you change your vocal cords, you change your voice.
My wife's a speech and hearing science student in grad school. She'd be happy to corroborate what Chad just said there.
Listen, what I'm saying is that when they change into their specific form, you do not have control over every detail of what you change. You are imitating
no.
something. You do not control the entirety of your body. You assume the form of something.
So,
So he says, DM says no, or can we keep arguing?
This is DM says no.
From
yeah.
a mechanical standpoint, mostly, I am assuming.
Regardless, it's not that he needs a new memory, because I have a lot of lines for him. It's just that canonically, Rifter's basically saving his voice for the big opera, basically.
Yeah.
Basically, when it comes to that changeling point, like the very most advanced and skilled changelings probably could, but most could not.
Okay.
It requires a great degree of skill and attempts in practice. Of which I would not assume you guys know one that has such adeptitude at changing many very, very frequently.
Bro, not even Zeus?
You know what?
He's halfway
If you
across the
talk to
continent,
Zeus,
though.
he's probably one who could. That's a fair point.
Yeah, but again, he's halfway across the continent right now.
True.
Get him on speed dial.
Cough, cough, teleportation circle, cough, cough.
Cough, cough. Doesn't teleportation circle need a specific location, like
Yep.
teleporter.
Didn't he
network.
explicitly have one for Soju because we were having like transportation things, and we said that Zeus could take us back to Soju from the wherever the place the
Oh,
Emperor's
you're
son
talking about
we met
getting
him
him
from?
to come here, not going to
Yeah.
him. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
him
but
to
we
come
would
here.
need to send a box to him. I don't think we have the time for that. Plus, he doesn't
Regardless,
have a magic anymore.
I think narratively we're just on our own for this one.
I mean,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you guys can come up with solutions, that's the entire point of sandboxing.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way for us to get Zeus over here.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So then, who was it you suggested we fetch to corroborate what Lorik and I have said so far? He's directing this at the Delmarev.
He does not have an answer for you.
Then he directs it at Lorik. What was it again? Who was it?
Well, Nun Wallstrom, she was there taking care of Philip after the incident, and can likely corroborate the fact that I helped heal him. And if we can find the Frontis who was also there, then they should also be able to corroborate, considering that they were right beside me as I healed Philip.
Aye. Well, then to the barracks, I assume.
Actually, Shrek, do you mind heading to the barracks and checking, see if you can find the Delmarev in question?
Of course.
The rest of us will attempt to find Nen and see if we can ask her to help us.
Give me an investigation check, Lorik.
Oh boy, one thing that I am not particularly good at.
I would assume she'd be at House Montague, and if not,
Okay,
then
so
Lord.
you do not find the Delmarev as you search the barracks. Anyway, I'm also leaving the old icons here so that you guys can take a look and get some of that nostalgia from the last time you were here.
Holy shit.
Did somebody say icons?
Icons.
Icon.
Including
Icons?
Zinant. Before they got decarcinated.
Dyer, you're here. Wow, you can help us
Wow,
now.
Dyer, he's here. Dyer is not a skilled enough
Wow.
changeling for that.
Wait, but it's his voice.
Yeah.
Dyer's not a skilled enough changeling for that.
Yeah, he's not a skilled enough changeling for that.
Wait, why was
shit.
I rolling investigation? I was having Shrek go and do that while we did the other thing.
Oh, I thought you said you went with Shrek.
No, I was asking
Also,
Shrek to do that
how
while
would
the rest of
Shrek
us.
know who they're looking for?
Yeah.
Well, because we don't know who we're looking for, but he
But
could
they were
ask
right next
the
to
people
you.
You're the only person who saw them.
Okay, he could ask at the barracks to see if there was anyone who knew who helped heal Philip.
Anyway. The rest of you arrive at the Montague Manor.
Plus, this was also partly a way to get Shrek away from the party for a bit so that we can talk a bit more openly.
I understand.
Darius steps up and knocks on the door of House Montague.
Knock, knock, knock.
Dink donk gonk gonk. Bink bonk.
Frey comes to the door, takes a peek out, and welcomes you in as she has seen you multiple times before. Ah,
Good day, Frey.
hi! Those friends, how you doing?
Quite well. You?
Well enough as ever. Thank you for asking. Can I get you anything? We're just starting to have lunch.
Aye, is Nen and Soya here?
Yeah. They're currently having some right now.
Great.
I'll go let them know you're here.
Thank you.
Is anyone else entering the door, or is it just the two love boards?
Don't know if Akla actually would have come with, but
Understandable, honestly.
I mean, she's not part of the trial.
True.
I'm only here for
I'll be
moral
with-
support.
I went in.
Alright. Come on in.
Darius dips his head a little bit. Nen, Soya.
They
offers a bow
they
as he
look at
heads in.
you. Sawyer specifically looks at you for a moment, then back at Nan, and then he goes, "Ah!" and stands up and comes over and shakes your guys' hands.
During his handshake, he says, "Just recently, Zell says hi.
He couldn't make it.
Unfortunately, he could not.
Well, what brings you in town?
We have happened to be summoned to court to testify on the attempted assassination of Philip."
He just kind of looks off to the side and he's just thinking a bit. He doesn't say anything.
We're actually hoping for, and
Give me
he sort
just-
of,
Give me just a moment.
Yeah.
And he comes over and him and them kind of leave for a bit. After about a minute or two, Sawyer comes back alone. Please go ahead. Continue. I just,
we were hoping to, supposedly, Lorik, and he points over, not supposedly, he was one of the ones that on the assassination attempt tried to heal Philip on scene and bring him back to the cathedral for better treatment.
I recall.
Just from this, just here from the standpoint that perhaps you could in court corroborate
I
that
will
he was in
gladly
fact the
vouch
one
for
who-
you. And I hope that you do not have to call in them.
Of course.
Thank you. Lork kind of looks around a little bit. Is Lord Montague, is he alright?
Well enough.
That's good to hear.
He's had a fair bit of a cough lately, but all is fine.
My. Have you had him checked out by any of the clerics?
He is very stubborn. He insists he'll be fine.
Can't say I don't understand.
But for now, like, you're here, are you particularly busy, or would you mind joining us for lunch? I'd be very glad to have you here for some of it.
I'd be delighted. Lorik?
Aye.
Sorry we had to proceed with business immediately.
Oh, we're used to it. I'll go get her and we'll be good to go. Miss
I'm
Frye,
sorry.
would you mind preparing some more? Thank you.
And as he moves to pass to get Nen, Darius sort of just, is she doing all right?
I'd ask that you, if there's anything else you'd like to talk about regarding it, I'd prefer that we talk about it now.
Aye. I wasn't going to bring it up any further. I just wanted to make sure that she's...
Well, that's what I'm here to help with.
Thank you.
And the last thing that I hold you up with, how are you holding up?
He just shrugs. Hope it doesn't happen to any of us. And he goes and gets Nen. She has a little bit of tears on her face that were like left over from a couple minutes ago, but right now she looks mostly fine.
Darius sort of perks his head up. Say, I haven't told any of you either of you any of the stories about our recent delves into the dungeon. Recently, we had quite a bout.
Ah, fantastic. I would love to hear it. Give us a good way
We,
to pass the time while Miss Fry prepares.
indeed, we were fortunate enough to stumble across the lair of Jinn. They
You have
faced
his
us.
clear attention.
They faced us with 3 trials, and he's trying to like amp it up a little bit and trying to like cheer up Nen in the same way, in like the same vein.
Only 3. As I recall, it was 4.
4 trials? But I consider that last portion attached to the 3rd. It was 1 after all.
No, there was the one when we entered, the one that wasn't exactly combat. The one after that, and then
Of course, I didn't remember our little game of galleons. But the first trial, after we, I'm getting ahead of myself, pardon. When we first entered, we were greeted by a quite cheerful Jinn
Oh,
and offered us to partake in Trials 4 in order for a wish. So, through the first trial we entered, it's seemingly the embodiment of almost childlike enjoyment of a Jinn. We played games weaving through different colored floor tiles, trying to best their minions in combat while maintaining our footing on the colors foretold. After scraping through that one, we approached second room. This one was the one that I happened to forget, I believe. Was it not, Lorik?
I imagine it was a shorter trial than the others.
Have you ever played the board game Galleon, either of you?
Nim speaks up. I have.
It was such as that, much like, but in life size, and each member of our party represented a segment of a ship. We only narrowly scraped our way through that one. I believe we only had 2 or 3 people left before we happened to stumble across the last of their galleons.
I always remember when the couple times that Arthur came by, he really enjoyed playing it together. It was one of his favorites.
It's a game that has much more strategy than one might initially think.
You
Nice.
beat him right? Once, Sawyer? Yeah, think so. But only once. He took me most of the time.
It astounds me how some people manage to work out the strategies of games like that so easily. I've never been very good at that sort of thing.
I would argue it was easier to work out the strategy when our lives depended on it.
Perhaps. But more importantly, a wish depended on it, Lorik.
I suppose.
So then we made our way into the third trial, which, by the way, the Jinn was not friendly at all. I'd have to consult with his management, try and figure out if we can get a more friendly approach. Threw us straight into combat with beasts of magma and skeletons which broke the floor. We charged our way into the room and one by one took out the beasts, only for, behind us, a wave of magma to slowly start rolling in, engulfing the entire room. Towards the end, we were struggling at the door, trying to get it open as the wave, slowly but surely, made its way to us. And, right as it was about to, We got through the door and made it in to the next room. Fortunately, this was a room of rest, and we were able to take a small respite, regain some of our strength for the final trial. And my, what a trial it was when we reached it. The final trial was hosted by the only djinn that I would say had true evil intent. It initiated upon us with 2 golems containing soul stones of dozens of people within them, powering these monstrosities. After besting these 2 golems, we'd believed we'd won, but it was too easy. The djinn had none of it. Frustrated that we were going to finally take a wish, its hatred of mortals bubbled, and it summoned the Guardian of Earth, a giant dragon, one might call an icon, made of stone and magma, from below, shattering the entire arena that we previously fought the skeletal abominations in. Some of our party was knocked unconscious from the moment it happened, only reawakening towards the end. It was the most difficult battle I think we've ever had. So many of
That
us
was me.
with death.
I was knocked out immediately. Wasn't that bad a battle for me?
Well, you didn't get to see all of us on our deathbeds. But somehow, I'm still not quite sure how, we managed to pull through and, on some of our dying breaths, managed to slay the beast. So it was over.
They are very engaged in the story.
Broken
fact,
and belittled, we stood there, preparing to make our wish. Zelgius was actually the one that made it.
What's he up to nowadays, anyway?
He only recently visited us to go through that floor. He's been off on his own sort of adventures, I might say. I'm not entirely sure. He's not been very clear with me where he's been going, but he did make it apparent that it was rather serious to him.
I hope he's okay.
I do too.
We've ended up handling and helping out some of those villagers you sent over, helping them find new homes.
That's incredible.
thank you.
It's very generous of you to do so.
Of course, they're good people.
Indeed. Struck down by their happenstance.
Anyway, shall we? As well, I say we, but I really just mean you. We already ate.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Of course.
Indeed. The
Is there anything
hospitality of
else you
House-
guys would like to do while at House Montague?
Not particularly for me.
Alright. Then we can move on forward. Does anyone have anything they would like to do? I don't want to just hear from Darius.
I don't really know these people, and I want to be as far away from these people as possible because they're connected to the Volstroms. I know they're decent people, but I still don't like that.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Gotcha. You spend another hour or so returning to the square. It's now early afternoon.
Tract, did your search prove fruitful?
I cannot say it did.
That's unfortunate, but thank you for your efforts.
How did you come to be in contact with the Rifter?
It's like I said, when we first arrived at the town, there was only one key card produced by the dungeon, so we had to consolidate with some of the other adventuring parties. And at the time, I had no idea who he was, but he claimed one of the spots and adventured with us for a time, making himself seem like a reasonable person.
Why was he there?
I wasn't ever able to extract that information from him.
What were you able to? Sorry, that's not the Shrek voice. I'm still in the old one. What were you able to extract from him?
All I know is that he had come from Ferrith before arriving at Hectorum, and seemed to have some kind of connection with the with various elements in different towns. But I wasn't ever able to discern the exact nature of his connections.
And of your hunt with him after the incident here? And
We
excuse
weren't
me.
able to catch him.
At all, even a censor such as yourself?
It's my belief that he used some of his connections with, I don't know, some local thieves guild or something of the sort to evade everyone, literally going underground or something of the sort, maybe even using some of their mages to travel elsewhere on the continent entirely. Once, after that night of keeping watch over the cathedral, because I genuinely thought he would attempt to finish the job and end Philip's life, the trail had grown cold.
I see. Should this be the case, I will do my best to defend with you.
Thank you.
You need do no thanks, Brother Lork.
I just wish for justice to be done.
Let us hope that our information may help.
Hmm.
And what of the rest of you? Were any of you able to ascertain any information from Rifter?
The last time that I saw him was, frankly, I think that he tried to find me, was after his attempt in some sort of back alley somewhere in Soju. I can't quite remember where. He almost tried to explain himself to me. He explained his motives, and earlier when I said I should have killed him, this is what I'm talking about. In a fit of rage, I left, but it was foolish of me to.
His
Should have stayed and
motives.
slain.
Explain them.
It's supposedly something about him wanting to kill every Volstrom from revenge or something. I was not happy, as you might be able to tell. I can't remember the exact details, but I know for sure it was for revenge. Nothing drives someone like that. Then after that, I stayed with Lorik in an attempt to recapture, kill. I don't know what we were trying, what we were truly planning to do if we found him. Tried to finish the job, but I stayed with Lorik and the others.
Of the others, looking around, how many of you were acquainted with him? Stroonhoff? Did you come in any contact with him?
I did, however, I had known him least out of everyone in the party. I came to Hectorum a ways later and met up with the group in a tavern.
I see.
I'm afraid I don't have much information on Rifter.
Akala?
There's unfortunately not much I can tell you. I mean, I was only there for like a week, maybe two. I mean, and then I was gone for several months while all of this happened. I don't know what else to tell you that everyone else hasn't already covered.
He was a rather secretive person, from my experience, and though I can understand why he was, considering what he planned to do.
Doppler, might you have any insight?
I think he was upset with Volstrom because something with his family, I think. Like, he lived near Volstrom or something. And then there was something about his family, but I don't really remember much.
Nox, yourself?
He just kind of shrugs and he says, "We have never actually met."
Would you like to discuss? I would recommend spending the remainder of the evening making sure all of you are on the same page. For
I think
even
that
if
might
you
be
are
right.
innocent, if you have stories that differ or especially contradict,
I think
it
that would
may
be wise.
throw undue focus upon you.
Aye.
Uh,
Well, let's get started then.
so with that, Nox is just gonna go ahead and say, so what are we going to all? What is our story?
We don't necessarily know what they're going to ask of us yet, honestly.
Aye. We arrived in Sojupem to obtain the supply shipment for the general goods store in Hectorum. While we were there waiting for the package or delivery, I took a trip to the upper city to try and requisition some supplies and manpower to aid us in collecting the bounty on the vigilante that had been active around Sojupen. And immediately after I got out of that meeting, I found Philip bleeding out on the ground and healed him.
All right.
I was at that point in the bystanding crowd out front of the Mercenaries Guild, where we were staying.
I actually showed up after that happened because I was in the area looking for plague stuff, ran into you guys, and just kind of caught the whole thing secondhand.
As I recall, that's roughly when we met Knox as well after the incident.
Indeed.
That was when we returned to town. Oh, Hectorum, that is.
Hmm. Although, as I recall, Nox, you had an interest in finding Rifter yourself, didn't you?
And Nox kind of he shrugs and he's like, "Indeed, but for the same reasons you did."
Of course.
Bounty draws many people.
Hmm. Remind me again, how much is it after all?
It's been so long since I read the news article.
I look at the Delmorev to see if I can know how much my bounty is.
Rifter
Why would
wants to know
he
his head
know?
score.
Because he's a Delmorev and he's a government official. Figured he might.
This might be a prudent time to actually check the bounty board, see if it's still ongoing. Maybe even get the month's newspaper.
All right, let me pull it up. Beep. I remember posting multiple different times the specific listing, so it's in there somewhere. It's a reasonably large bounty.
It was
Okay.
something like 100 gold alive,
Damn.
like 50 dead or something.
That is a good bounty. I I am proud of my murder bird.
1.7 billion belly.
um, and so from there,
And
I got it. I
here,
got the joke.
here is the important info for this year's, or for this month's very first one. I did not include that top bit.
Uh, so at this point, Nox is going to go ahead
There is
and
the news, if the party would like to read it, given that you have obtained it.
oh,
Oh, I'll be damned. It seems like the Vitalis have started making some headway. I wonder if having healed Executor Relay gave them some insight into the workings of the plague.
I will be right back. Give me 5 minutes.
Okay. Do we all want to take a couple minute break?
Oh, that couldn't go amiss.
Unless someone has an objection?
We are about heading to Phoenix Wright territory.
I just want to see what happens on page 7. That's all I care about.
Let's see.
True.
Alright, so on page 7, it details Philip giving an announcement in Korheim, as specifically it would have gone to Thomas, but instead he announces that it is going to Lillian. It causes a fair bit of an uproar. He answers multiple questions that different people were asking about it, and in particular, Thomas was not there to give answer on the topic. However, both Samantha, Lillian, and Jessica were there, and they are displeased to say the least.
I just after I read that, I just kind of smirk for a second. And then I go ahead and I hand a note, by the way, to Lorik, and I just basically write down what about the slave with like a very grimace face.
Oh, so excuse me, Lillian, not Diana. I believe I said Diana on one of
Yeah,
those.
I thought you said Lillian, but we could
Okay.
both be wrong.
Yeah. Like Lillian, he has given it to Lillian, not to Diana. His sister, not his wife.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Imagine
Makes
going
sense.
through all the trouble of being in a marriage with that kind of scumbag and then not even getting anything when he dies.
True. Big true. But yeah, so River just goes ahead and passes that note because he's pretty worried about the after party.
Lorik nods once he reads the note and doesn't really have a response right away, but he does kind of put a hand on Nox's shoulder, just kind of patting him lightly.
Alright, we shall reconvene in a couple minutes. Give everyone time to read through it and prepare any questions.
Coolio.
Hey,
And that's
hey,
why
hey.
Philip falls from Footstick.
Wow.
True.
Honestly, kinda rude.
Hey,
Are
what
you
were the
saying that he
items
doesn't
that,
suck dick?
Doppler.
what were the items that we bought on the 40th of Dark Sun?
The rope, the grapple, the ink and quill, and the potion.
Okay, cool. And we
You're not
found
missing
out.
anything, right, Lothar?
Those
sorry?
are the poor, correct? Doppler?
And we found out what that potion did, right?
Yes, we
Yep.
did.
What's to do?
Drink it, you get 4 charges. 16 charges. You can spend 4 to gain advantage on con and whiz saves for a minute, or 1 to gain advantage on con and whiz saves for a round.
Okay.
Does the party rest for the evening?
Yeah, I would say so.
Alright.
You betcha.
After we have our story straight.
The next morning comes.
Well, today's the day.
Let's hope it's the only day we're needed for.
Well, assuming this all goes as I expect, should be the only day.
Aye.
We can do this.
Good of you to invite yourself into our room, Knox.
Oh, yeah, true. Nox is like just like hiding like over by there, realizes that he made the mistake of never actually properly like announcing his presence, and then just sneaks off like, oh right, I do this, and then just leaves.
I'm just picturing a cat skulking through the dark with the glowing eyes.
And at least we know what's going on now. Oh, sorry, at least we know one of them's awake.
Alright. You check on Struenhoff and Seract, and I'll check on Aquila and Doppler again.
Sternhoff doesn't need to wake up. I'll just wake up the blue one.
As soon as you
good.
open your door, you see Doppler about to knock on it. And I say, oh, I guess you guys are up.
Is Aquila up?
Yeah.
Well, let's get this over with.
I do the same thing for their room that I did yesterday. And get everybody downstairs.
Yes. Everyone all ready to go?
I would recommend at least some formal wear for all of you. Emma, would
Okay.
you be willing to hold our weapons until we return? We're supposed to arrive unarmed.
Sure.
Thank you.
All of
Lord,
my
please
wares.
sequence in the shield.
Darius leaves his shield. Because his sword does, or his lance does not exist. Yet. And it won't
Yeah.
while it's in the courthouse.
Yeah.
Because it can't.
Because it can't.
Out of the courthouse though, dude. Randy Orton his ass.
Excuse you?
See now.
By the way,
Lord is ready for court. Sorry.
just as an additional note, Rifter Knox, I would never be Rifter, hugs Emma before he leaves, like very tightly.
Cute.
But yeah, Lorik is in a full Delmer of armor, full regalia and all that, and ready to commit white collar crime. Not really.
I'm pretty sure it's just crime.
Yeah, true. Yeah, white collar crime would be like what Philip does, probably.
It would also probably be
good.
like what Darius does, probably.
I'll have you know, crime is a legal term. It's only crime if you get caught.
It's only crime if it comes from the crime region of France.
Yeah, true. Oh, is that him?
And true, Darius would do white collar crime. His collar is white.
My color is literally white.
Oh no. Does that mean I do
Yeah.
black collar climb?
The party makes their way to the courthouse.
Everyone ready?
Yeah.
As I'll ever be. Oh wait, actually I don't say that. No, never mind. JK.
Time's up. Let's do this.
Many people are waiting outside of the courthouse as it is early in the morning.
Well,
Hello again, Executor Perlin.
Ominous.
Well, shall we, everyone?
will this court case have an observer's podium? Oh, not podium. Observer fuse.
Gallery.
Yes, there is. However, we
That's
must still await. Not everyone is here yet.
Indeed.
okay.
Of course. Lork takes a position against the nearby pillar and kind of just watches the street.
Vibin.
Darius preps against the pillar in perfect BLJ position, ready to clip through the door if he needs to.
Goddamn warlocks near BLJs. Oh hey, it's them.
It's the people.
True.
The Inquisitor fucks.
The Inquisitors give you guys some leery looks as they move past and begin waiting.
Lork gives them a courteous nod.
The Inquisition commence.
Eventually, two more regular civilian-looking people leave one of the nearby buildings and begin to make their way towards the courthouse. That is everyone here. Bash, if you would. He moves over, performs some basic magic upon the door, which yields to it opening.
Well, shall we, everyone?
We shall.
After you.
Fair warning to all of you. We have to make sure everyone here is who they are, so when you go through that barrier there, it will hurt slightly, but you need not worry.
Nervous sweat.
Hmm.
I go ahead and I tap Aquila for that potion for Constitution saves.
Yeah, I give it to him.
I go ahead and swiftly gulp it down and go ahead and walk through.
Alright. Does anyone else wish to do anything before going through the barrier?
Lork would recognize that this is pretty standard procedure, right?
Yes, he would. And you would also know that
It's-
it's a moonbeam-esque barrier.
Ah. Yeah, that would be bad.
Darius is just vibing. Just he had to do this once before. It wasn't pleasant, but it was what it was.
So, as players, Would you like to inform the other players to whom it may be pertinent of the importance of this?
Moonbeam forces shapeshifters to revert to their natural form if they fail to save, as I recall.
Okay, thank God.
Can I
Wait in the
Let
doorway for a
me-
potential flash of genius.
No, they would see me doing this though. They would like so see me.
I guess.
If
Well-
I tried to do like
So, what? Oh, wait. I'm by, Lorik. Do I get an aura of protection?
Yes. As long as the work doesn't enter first.
Okay,
Yeah, Lorik is
cool.
going to make sure that the rest of the party enters before him.
See, now the question is are you in fight within aura of protection
Yeah.
of Darius?
I
Hog.
unfortunately cannot use enhance ability. It
Also,
doesn't
Flash
really
of
change
Genius
anything.
does not specify that it's magical, so I would not believe it would have a reaction or a visibility on it.
Well, I was thinking of enhanced ability.
Yeah, but I'm
Mhm.
specifying since you brought up Flash of Genius and they totally see
Yes.
it now. I would rule that Flash of Genius does not have a visible component. But Doppler, do you understand the risk involved?
Yeah, can I get a swig of that?
I think Rifter drank the entire thing.
No, he
I hope damn
absolutely
well he didn't.
That sounds painful if you did. So,
I drank enough that I needed to. I didn't drink the whole thing because I'm aware that has multiple charges.
Okay.
Would you say just for going through this it would be like a 1-round thing?
It would be as long as you drank it close enough to it.
yeah, I'm gonna drink the full 4 there, I think. Just make sure
The
I'm
4
good.
charge effect.
Really
Yeah,
not
4
clear.
charges for a minute or something, right?
Correct.
Yep. But Lorik
Yeah.
is going to usher the rest of the party through before him.
Yep. I'm gonna take that little sip. For
Darius, gonna make us
no
through.
reason whatsoever, guys.
So for everybody else who's not the 2 people for whom it is relevant, you take 4 damage.
Ow, oof, ouch, owie.
Oof, ouch,
My
owie, oof.
bones. That's all the hit points I got from this level up.
I've been sneezed on. I am now killable with power word kill.
Weak.
So yeah, I go through near Lorik. Do I roll a Constitution save or hopefully a Dexterity save?
No,
save.
wouldn't it be worse if it was a dexterity save? Because then you would have the disadvantage on it rather than the advantage.
Oh, I would have disadvantage?
Yeah, shapeshifters have disadvantage on Moonbeam's
Oh,
save.
okay. Well, I mean, I don't actually know. What is plus 10 better than this? I genuinely don't know. But yeah.
I mean, it is slightly better, yeah.
I mean, it's slightly better than advantage versus normal, but I'm pretty sure disadvantage versus advantage is huge.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, so I get advantage.
Just
And
roll a con save with advantage. That is all.
Plus 4.
Woo, okay, hold
16.
on. 16.
Oh!
Aquila help.
This
I
is a
can
permanent-
help.
Yes, you
I
can.
mean, considering this is a permanent magical effect, I wouldn't expect it to be a super high-leveled cast Moonbeam.
Also, could I use my bardic inspiration on him? That's probably a lot.
I
Never
flash
mind.
of genius.
You know, I will be willing to accept the bardic inspiration. That is enough.
Oh,
I whistle a little tune under my breath.
okay.
It is enough.
Oh!
I thank whatever god there is, and I just look at my friends with a big ol' smile
And take 4 damage.
and take 4 damage. I am now
And take 4
killable.
damage.
My 71 HP, it's down.
You are as a child.
Well, Doppler,
Don't think that Doppler can actually make the save because he's, in the car.
Anyone other than Chad may roll for me.
all right,
What's your
that's
con
Q,
modifier?
that's Q for me to roll for you.
I can press the
JC
button
can
for
check.
him.
I have no idea what my con modifier is, guys.
Weak.
Answer
well-
0.
Ooh. That would just be a d20 plus 4, wouldn't it be? Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's 2 2s.
Wait, I failed it?
That's 2 2s.
Yeah,
So
that's a
Oh,
6.
that's not good.
That's turbo bad.
That is turbo bad. So, through the power of divine intervention. Well, no, actually, never mind. You guys haven't followed the prophecy, so that shit doesn't happen. The result stands.
Wait, what?
Sternhoff, can't you re-roll stuff?
Oh, yeah, Sternhoff can do a reroll.
We
JC
What do you
has
mean
it
we
as a
haven't
you
magic
know
followed
what?
the
effect.
There
prophecy?
you go, Schoonhoff. There you go.
You, I asked you in DMs and
Yes.
you ruled it as a magic effect.
Yes, I did, and that is why you are on this side of the barrier.
I used one of my charges to re-roll it.
Hey, thanks, bud.
RNG.
RNG.
Come on, don't kill me now.
Would someone else like to roll just the flat d20 instead of me,
I'll
since
do
I
it.
gave
I'll
it the
do
double
it.
twos?
Darius will do
You know
it.
what? No.
I'll do
Schoonhoff
it.
should do it because, yeah, there it is.
And then that plus
13.
4 for my aura of protection makes it a 17.
It is good.
Didn't matter anyway. It's not like I'm someone who's shape shifting. So it's all
Yeah.
good.
Of course not. Of
And
course
you take
not.
4 damage.
Yeah, because
I-
I'm normal like you guys.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm still concerned by you saying we haven't been following the prophecy.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Who
We
knows?
literally exactly followed the prophecy.
I'm
What are
sure you
talking
exactly followed the prophecy, if by exactly you mean not.
What do you mean?
What are you talking about, Wilfred?
I know exactly what I'm talking about, and maybe sometime by the end of the
Oh
session
my
you might have
God.
an understanding of it.
Do not tamper with the law. I literally asked Seiron to try and throw the Inquisitors off our track. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite us in the ass.
Hopefully
Wait.
not.
Okay. All right.
It's been nice knowing you guys.
I think that JC didn't even remember that, and that it's an entirely different thing, and that you just gave him more fodder.
Oh,
I'm gonna be real. I think it's that it said to come unarmed. I think they meant come to Soju Pem unarmed, because Rifter didn't bring anything.
that would be stupid. Why would we travel in the wilderness completely unarmed?
Because a prophecy told us so, and prophecies are usually really fucking bureaucratic.
It is certainly something, and something is definitely happening.
A
Or the
prophecy
can suck my dick.
It better
would-
not be. It better not be bullshit. But
It
I
is-
trust.
I can tell you that it is not bullshit.
All right, we'll see.
Alright.
But yeah, I guess we're here.
But Lork takes a seat on one of the benches.
I
So
sit
that
next
would
to
be-
Lork because Lork makes me feel safe.
Shrek is not there, but I need to move him over because he should be. He
Shrek too.
gestures for the 4 of you who are specifically called to move forward.
Oh.
The pubes.
Honestly, kinda gross.
Doppler just T-posing in the middle.
Nope, they do kinda be T-posing.
His model's not rendering.
Yep, that's it. That's what I'm doing.
Guys, no
he just
texture.
starts Fortnite dancing in the middle of the courtroom.
Maybe it's true. Okay.
All right, I'm ready.
I'm ready to die.
Carolyn is the first to speak after everyone has settled down. For the purposes of the scribe, everyone in the court is required to state their name, to which everyone in order goes around. Ivar, Ali, Tokama, Gash, Bea, Calor. Shrek.
Darius.
Laura.
No.
Doppler?
No, not yet.
Nox.
I can't see. I have to guess.
There
Now
you go.
you go.
Doppler.
Cola. Sane. Yeah, well. The purposes of today's trial investigation is to determine the whereabouts of Lorik Delmarev's group near the time of Philip Volstrom's attempted murder. Specifically, this is near the 32nd of Red Bear.
Oh fuck. Red Bear.
Red Bear.
Remind me, was this that? I'm assuming that that's not the period of time nearby.
That is not when we were in Soju. Fuck.
I believe that was. We were. God, I can't even remember as a player where we were then.
I can tell you where we were.
No,
I
no,
can tell you where we're going.
Yeah, duh. But I remember.
have a pretty good
I'm thinking
guess.
with the preface, and the antecede, like what happened before and after.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you either.
Farah? Farah moves forward, kind of stands at the center, mostly speaking to Parolin, but also somewhat speaking to each of you. As she goes in and she describes some of the reasons why you are here, specifically being that you were in close contact and association with that of Rifter CO2. That you were known to be in the generalized area between Ferrith and Soju Pem at about the same time, and if you might have potentially seen anything. And that some of the accounts of one of the previous investigated people had described seeing you on that route as well. Would any of you like to step forth and attempt to explain some of if you were in the area, and if so, why?
This is for the 32nd of Red Bear, correct?
Yes, this is the travel to Fairth part.
The 32nd of Red Bear was when we were back home and about to receive the caravan of Delmarevs.
Correct. You have to
Lord
keep in
steps up.
mind that there's fungibility on time.
Okay. At the 32nd of Red Bear, myself and the others were in the town of Hectorum, awaiting the arrival of the Delmarev caravan that I had been informed of by Executor Relay.
And of
At
the
that time,
sorry.
At that time, they had arrived and informed me that I was to be the new Censor Nominus, and I left with them to Gerard Martivir following that.
And of the weeks prior.
Prior to that, myself and the others had been in Soju Pem, and so I'm out of character trying to think a bit.
This is when you guys went on your bandit trip,
Right.
during which you also did kind of dip off and,
Yeah, commit a couple murders. At that time,
Right.
we had went to Soju Pem and then traveled to Ferrith to attempt to learn more about a group of bandits that there had been a bounty on. The
information that we gathered was inconclusive, as the townspeople were reluctant to offer that information. But following that, we returned to Sojupem and then returned to Hectorum.
Do you have a list of any individuals whom you might have been in contact with while in Ferrith?
Oh god. You know, it would have been really nice if we'd actually asked for NPC names back then.
Darius sort of raises his hand at the moment.
My records are not as complete as those of the expedition's official record keeper. I will defer to his expertise on this matter.
Darius sort of course he refers to me as the Prepper. Of the people that I questioned myself regarding
Would you please
information
step
on the...
forward to the stand?
Yes. Yep. I cannot speak to who everyone within our group questioned, but who I personally questioned included the tavern keeper in Verith. The information was exceedingly sparse, as he said, as Lork said, and apparently the bandits had not been seen recently. So, with a heavy heart, we turned around.
If you were to do a best estimation of your time spent in Ferrith, how many days and in what order did you go about?
Out of character, it wasn't even, like, we didn't even stay there overnight at any point, right, guys? Not asking you, JC, because heck you.
True.
Yeah, as I recall, we did not stay overnight in Ferrith.
Yeah, I don't think we stayed overnight either.
Seeing that the information was rather non-existent, we decided to depart and try our luck elsewhere, which we proceeded to Soju and then back to Hectorum and into the dungeon after Lorik left.
Lork, would you please step back up to the stand?
Of course.
Did you perform any other activities after returning from Ferrith between there and your arrival at Hectorum?
Not to the best of my recollection, no.
Did you perform anything between your arrival at Sojupem and your arrival at Ferrith?
No, we headed directly from Sojupem to Ferrith. That much I remember for sure.
Thank you. A couple moments go by as a few people discuss with each other. You are allowed to do the same.
Darius just sort of shrugs his shoulders. Well, we went there and came back. I remember it rather just to Lorik. He's saying, I remember it rather clearly right before you left. It was such a disheartening experience.
I am surprised that they would ask about Red Bear, though.
Indeed.
Lork, would you have a best of guess as to when you believe the party may have arrived in Fair?
As I recall, we arrived around the 20th or 21st. The exact date eludes me.
Gash, would you mind pulling up the map? No questions for now. Darius. Citizen
Yes?
Darius. as the record keeper of this expedition, what would you say your normal pace would be? Do you attempt to move with haste, or
Our travels frequently are not very consistent. Sometimes we make with larger haste and sometimes without. Recently, we haven't been because we have, and he sort of alludes to the back of the stage, an older member among us. Just depending on who we have in the group, we move at generally different paces, but I might say if I were to have an estimate about our normal pace, I would say just what one would expect from any other traveling caravan, be it a merchant caravan.
was he joined with you on your journey to Farith?
I know he was not. Or wait, was he? Just out of character. I don't think he was with us
Well,
yet.
you have to. You're on call right now.
No. I know. Right now I am, but like this is Chad like not knowing when Strunhoff actually joined.
I believe that Strunhoff left us after Ferrith. He and Aquila and a couple of the others went back to Soju Pem. So he would have
Okay,
been
so
with
we
us heading back to Ferrith.
So then, heading to Farith, he was with us, but back he was not.
What is the reason for his departure?
You would have to ask him yourself.
He looks to Paralyn. Request to bring. Pardon me. He looks back. May I get your name?
Grunhoff, sir.
Request permission to bring Schoenhoff to the stand. To which a nod is given. Bertel writes down some more words as you are invited to the stand. It is true that you joined the party on their journey between Farith and Soju, and then between Farith and our Hectorum in the events of Mid-Red Bear.
Yes, Your Honor.
And it is correct that you departed shortly after your arrival in Farith and went on your own with anyone, or on your own, son?
Out of character, didn't, who was it? Was I with Aquila or was I with the other?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
me.
I departed with Aquila, Your Honor, another member of our party.
Are they present?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Akila, you will be called forth shortly. What was the reason for the two of your departure?
The reason for my departure was to attend the Mages Guild in Soju Pem.
Thank you.
Shit.
Of course.
One of them gets a nod and one of them begins to leave the room. In regards to?
Ooh. More like Fakak. Well, that's bad.
I
I
see.
mean, out of character, I don't actually remember what I was doing, not doing there.
I understand.
I mean, I know that you did go to the Mages Guild when you went back to Hectorum.
Mm-hmm.
That
Or
was
not
when you
Hectorum,
guys
when you
were
went back to
doing the
Soju.
bandit commission, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
You and Struenhof came back. Struenhof checked out the Mages Guild, and I think you were doing something alongside like the church or something. Oh, or at least that's what I remember when we came back to
I
pick
think
you up.
I
You
would
were
have
there.
just chilled in my room or attended a service, but not really
Okay.
anything super major.
Let's move to the more prior of the events.
Oh, thank God, the one that we're actually innocent in.
Nox, please step forward.
I step forward.
It is correct that you were with the party around the time that Drifter attempted to perform his first assassination upon Philip Volstrom?
I raise my eyebrow first. Oh. And I shake my head and I say, no, I was not with them at that time.
When did you eventually join with them?
I arrived shortly after, once they had arrived around, a few days ago, I believe. I so happened to have heard about the dungeon in that area, and I wanted to investigate it.
Lork, do you have any time that he might have rejoined with you? He just says joined, he does not say rejoined.
As I recall, it would have been around the 47th or 48th of High Sun.
May I ask what drew you to our Hectorum, Mr. Knox?
And I go ahead and I present, like, I basically like raise my hands. I say, I am someone who seeks great wealth and great strength. So naturally, a dungeon containing those things attracts me.
I see. Do you consider yourself very much of an actor, Mr. Knox?
I give like a sideways hand, not professionally.
Do you enjoy it recreationally?
And he kind of shrugs and he says, a little.
Thank you.
I go ahead and I take my seat.
Doppler? To which I can move you if you are prepared to do so.
Present, Your Honor.
Alright. You are the lead actor on the... Excuse me. Actor is not correct. You are the lead advocate as the party's healer, correct?
I mean, Aquila is excellent as well.
Ah, I see. Would you mind informing us then of your role in the party?
I help Aquila with healing. I'd say we kind of split that, and I provide some entertainment on the road, with music and whatnot. But other than that, I'm not the best in combat, so I tend to stay out of those as much as I can. So the bandit stuff, I think I was actually looking at Plague Center at the time. I can't quite remember the bandits, so I must have been looking at that. I'm kind of a medical researcher as well. I don't know if you guys have heard of the plague going around, but I'm a personal tie to that, so that's kind of my main drive.
We are very well aware of the necrosis plague, Mr. Doppler. So, are you to say that you were not involved in the party on their adventure to Ferrith?
I walked with them to Ferrith, then kind of got sidetracked along the way. Right about the time that Bruhoth and Aquila wandered off, I believe I started wandering the area looking for signs of the necrosis plague spreading to that area,
I see.
to which I found none.
Did you depart with Aquila upon her detachment from the rest?
No, the same time, but different direction.
Ah, I see. One last question, and excuse me, we can talk to that after. My apologies.
We can do it now if you like.
On record, we did not have your place of origin. Would you please enlighten us of it?
I was nomadic upbringing, so I'm not sure that I particularly have one.
That would
Sort
explain
of.
it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Around that time is when Gash returns. You see him talking a fair bit with the rest of them. Continuing on the statement of the first of the incursions that Philip had with his near-death experience. Lork, it is of our knowledge that you attempted to pursue him afterwards, yes?
Aye.
How many people did you take on that, and for how long?
Following the incident, I took 2 individuals with me. The prisoner Dyer and Strunhoff.
I see. Do you know anything of the rest of your group, where they would have gone?
As I recall, some members, although I don't recall exactly which ones, left to the House of Montague. I recall that the individuals Darius and Zelgius were among that group, but the rest I'm not aware of.
He looks over to Biddle. Please make note to talk to individuals from the Montague Manor tomorrow.
As for the time of the pursuit, as I recall, we attempted to pursue subject for 2 hours, as of the best of my recollection. But by that time, he had made himself scarce, and the trail had grown cold.
Were you yet informed of your election as the nominus at this time?
No, I was informed of that on the 30th of Red Bear.
But Alay was very well aware of your skills. They clearly trusted you to take their place, yes?
Aye.
Would you mind reminding me what the main tasks of a censor is?
The censors excel in identifying threats, tracking them down, and eliminating them.
Thank you.
I followed an...
No, please, continue.
I followed a lead. I believed that Rifter would have attempted to make another attempt on Philip's life the following evening while he was in the cathedral. So I gathered my associates and attempted to watch over the cathedral that evening.
Thank you. Carolyn Shrek kind of leans over to each of you and says, "You are more than welcome to ask them questions as you see fit."
Do you have any questions that seem prudent to ask at this point?
I'm sure
I
there is
don't want to
plenty of
blunder
information
anything.
that you might not have that might be relevant if they have, you know.
Aye.
Executor Parolin, may I ask how many days has this court been involved in so far? This is the 8th day of the proceeding. About how many witnesses have we called forth so far, including supposed suspects? 27. Thank you.
Ooh.
They certainly seem to have quite a built-up reservoir. Perhaps others might be able to... They might be able to fill you in on some of your less imperative moments.
Aye.
A couple moments go by from which you could do something if you so wish, but if not, those moments will pass.
Lork kind of looks to the others to see if they have any questions they would want to bring up. He is kind of blanking at the moment because he's focused on the defense side of things.
Yeah, it's difficult because generally when you cross-examine, it's based on a specific witness, but they've just been calling us forward to testify for ourselves. They haven't called forward other people yet, so it's hard for us to cross-examine anything.
Correct.
I am just silent as the grave because you know why.
There's a reason these proceedings are held over multiple days at these times. They do not have the witnesses, and so they will be asking for them later.
Hmm.
Of which one of them is clearly the Montagues. If you do not have a question, then we'll continue. Nobody has a question?
Not that I can think of.
Alright. Akala, would you please step forward?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, also your homunculus is not here.
F
Oh,
in the chat.
but that's my emotional support wing cat.
Okay, I will describe it as you attempt to walk through the barrier, he kind of grows stiff and almost paralyzed as he passes through the barrier.
Oh, no, he can wait outside.
Okay.
He Bodo's Bintas.
He Bodo's business.
What?
What? It has recently come to our attention that you are the main guardian caretaker of the party. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that I'm their guardian, but I do consider it my responsibility to patch up any wounds or sicknesses that befall my party.
I see. How long have you been tending to them?
Well, I was with them for a few weeks, but then, at the very beginning, what month was that again? I have such trouble keeping track of time. I'm always so busy. The days blur together. You know how it is.
They look
As a party, we met during High Sun of 26th Cadwin.
Yes, thank you, Lorik.
Ah, nearing on a year
And
then.
then yes, but I did take several months to tend to a plague town north of here. You know, the one that was wiped out. I was helping survivors.
Yes. Do you have any... We had some Vitalis in the air. Did you happen to be in contact with any of them?
Yes, I was.
Do you have any names?
JC Akala would remember.
Okay,
the name.
Akala remembers, yes, because that was multiple months then. Either
Yes.
before or after that event, would you have cared for Rifter at any time?
I think so. Yes, once or twice.
Was there anything unusual, in your professional opinion, from how he handled himself?
He just seemed like, you know, your usual brash rogue type, you know, the ones you encounter a lot out in the field when you're, you know, having commissions and mercenary guild stuff. He I wouldn't consider him unique personality-wise from the people I've come across before. I'll just say that.
Damn.
Final question for now. It is true that you departed with Schoenhoff from the rest of the party after their expedition to Ferrith?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's really embarrassing, but, you know, as it was, I came down with food poisoning, and I had to go back to our Hectorum and rest up in our house, you know.
And so you were to
Lick my wounds, get some soup.
move with Ace?
Um, as it was pretty difficult to, you know, actually move. I felt pretty bad. So the few days on the trip back are kind of a haze.
Thank you.
She bows her head and walks off.
Darius,
Yes.
are there many places that you stay in Sojupem?
From my memory, the only place we have stayed so far is the Mercenaries Guild.
Is there anywhere else that you might stay? Anywhere nearby?
We stayed one night, I believe, at the Montague Manor.
Thank you.
If I may, there was one night that the party also stayed at the Delmer Barracks in Sojupem.
Thank you.
Really? Thank you, Lork. Didn't recall that.
They have a couple papers which they sort through.
If I'd known they'd be going this far back, I would have brought my notebook and prepared to peruse through it for each of our record points.
Before the evening draws to a close, we'd like to make a couple final points. Darius,
Aye.
you listed that the primary reason that you might move at a slower pace was for Schoenhoff to keep up, yes?
I, Winsternhoff, to join.
May I ask what led to such delay, such that Schoenhoff arrived at Sojupem at the Mages Guild 2 days before you checked in at the Mercenaries Guild?
I believe he... Hold on, just give me a second. So they left early, and we prepped time... Alright, so back in character. We spent some time, like I said earlier, searching and checking through information. We didn't spend the whole night over, but we still spent a good period of the day. So he did leave before us to move to the Mages Guild.
Checking information?
For the bandits, if you recall.
I see. Did Schoenhoff not arrive at Ferrith?
Sorry, repeat what the question was to begin with, because I thought that you were. It was pointing out the difference in time, how he got to Soju from Ferrith before us.
Right.
Yes.
Because we move slower with Sternhoff, but
Because he left
Got-
early. Like that was the whole
yeah,
thing,
but
that
not
they
2
left
days
early.
earlier than us. That's the question that he has.
I thought it was 2 hours.
No, he said 2 days.
Oh, he said 2 days.
Because in the real timeline, like, curtains down, you guys, like the reason that they got there 2 days earlier is because you guys had to go out of your way to get to the murder location.
That's true. You're gonna have to give Chad a hot minute for that
Yeah, I
one.
am totally willing to give Chad a hot minute as long as Chad is the only person coming up with an answer and nobody's doing any secret DMs.
I won't do any secret DMs, but I'm upset because I had an answer for this.
I mean, I'm gonna walk around as I think, so I'm not even at my computer right now to see any secret DMs.
Sounds good.
I'm
The
gonna
party,
say.
everyone as individuals is allowed to consider. And once he finishes this round of questioning, you can still obviously talk amongst each other when you're not being actively questioned.
Lord Almighty, I cannot come up with an excuse as Chad.
That sounds problematic. Would you like
Yeah,
to
it's
just
definitely
not
problematic.
have an answer?
I don't know. Part of me is sort of like, well, fuck, I feel like Darius would come up with bullshit, but
I will give you 2 more minutes.
I don't know. Like, if I can't come up with bullshit, that doesn't mean Darius can't.
I understand. Darius can have a weak bullshit answer. It will not be a strong one.
Okay,
He
I don't know. How long had Strunhoff been with us at that point, just out of character?
if I recall, only about a week.
Strunhoff had been with the party for roughly 35 days by the time of the Philip murder.
Okay, so like 6
Actually,
weeks.
no, 25 days. I'm sorry.
So like 5 weeks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, Darius, would you like to roll me a deception?
Alright, I also have something
Okay,
now,
if you have something,
potentially.
you may do that
Could I
instead.
also couple it with a deception?
Yes, but if the deception is bad, that will also impact your
Okay.
answer, even if your answer is good. So it is
Okay.
up to you if you would like to allow Darius to do the talking, or if it is
Mhm.
only you, or if it is a mix of both.
Okay. I'm gonna say it's gonna be a mix of both, and he's going to say, well, Strunahoff here is our current master of arcane arts, and while when we do travel slowly, it is over long distances, but such a distance such as Fareth, I would assume that he used some of his magics to help him arrive faster, be it his teleportation circles or otherwise.
I see.
And Darius Luck, don't fail me now.
Wow.
Wow.
Reasonable enough. That's a 2, right?
It's not a one.
Oh, 2.
It's not a 1.
It's
not,
not
a
a
1, and we
one.
take
It is
this.
not a 1.
Strunahoff.
It is not, in fact, a 1.
Oh my god, why does this crap have to happen to me always?
Hey, it also happened to Doppler.
I have a maximum roll of 35 for that. God.
Listen,
No, you have
listen.
a
I'll take the
maximum roll of-
17. 17's a pretty good roll.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Really
come
not,
on!
though.
Ignoring any insight he might have. Anyway. And
This is bullshit. I got fucking RNG'd again, and now the whole party's gonna get fucked because of my RNG.
Listen, dude, there's multiple components of this. I'm working on a pass-fail system. It's not a binary pass-fail. I'm working on a some points you provide enough for, some points you don't. And it's just about totals, man.
Yeah. We can
I
still
guess,
get
I
an 80 on the
guess.
project.
In a
Just
final,
so fucking sucks that every single time something important comes, haha, you roll below a 5.
True. I
Like
like
it,
it.
it was
Yeah.
funny for a while, but it's not even funny anymore. It's just like kind of annoying.
Yeah.
in the final question for now, how long have you been in? When did you arrive in Soju most recently for this trial?
It's 2 days ago, right? I'm
Yes,
not
it was on the
miscounting.
11th.
Okay. The 11th, Your Honor.
And you departed from where?
Hectorum.
On what day?
The day it arrived, the 7th.
Thank you. We have no more questions for the evening. Perilyn asks out, do you have any witnesses who we might be able to reach out to and potentially bring in for tomorrow's questioning? Any who might be able to reinforce?
Depends on the line of questioning, Your Honor. For some topics, yes, we do have those, but for other topics that we can't have witnesses for, such as our travel times,
Of
I'm afraid
course.
not.
Of course.
It's all dependent on what you feel the need to continue to examine for.
Do you have anyone who might be a contact from the Mercenaries Guild who might be able to confirm your times?
Indeed we do, Your Honor.
He goes through looking at some of his basic notes he has been keeping so far. Do you have anyone who might confirm your times for the most recent arrival and departure? To which Shrek raises his hand and confirms on the spot.
Our boy.
Alright, and do you have anyone in Farith who you might be able to not necessarily reach yourself, but be able to provide enough info that we might be able to communicate with them?
As I said earlier, the Tavern Keep, it was a single encounter, but we were one of the later ones to ask for information regarding the bandits, so if you give our descriptions and our line of questioning for them, there is a likely chance that they will recall the time.
Do you have any more details on them?
It was, like I said, a short encounter, so
As I recall, they were a human or a half elf. Sometimes it can be difficult to tell the difference.
We shall see what we can do.
Thank you, Executor.
Are there any questions you would like to ask the prosecution before the evening is closed?
Lord defers to Shirak and the rest of the party here.
So be it. The evening is closed. Tomorrow we continue. To which the party may now leave, as other people are leaving, including the jurors and Perilyn himself.
the prosecution. How could Sternhoff have gotten here first? Chad, have a grappling hook. Have 3.
He's Spider-Man, don't you know?
I mean, it makes sense.
You pass through the barrier unharmed.
Oh, so it's only a one-way barrier?
Nox dies
Yeah,
Instantly.
instantly.
I say we
As
regroup
like
in the
the
Mercenaries
each
Guild.
of you, sorry, or I misspoke earlier. As you all leave, you see as some of the people who were sitting off on the sidelines, specifically being that of the jury, begin conversing with Perilyn as everyone makes their way out.
Don't like that.
Well, shall we return to the Mercenaries Guild and regroup for tomorrow?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Nox nods.
Would you like to go to specifically the Mercenaries Guild mercenary, or is the square where you wish to be?
I mean, we're gonna
I
talk
would
to
say
Emma.
the guild itself.
The party has returned to the rooms.
I thought they were just going to ask us about High Sun.
Indeed. They seemed rather intent on thinking that we were the ones that did it. Or at least their line of questioning was such.
From what I can tell, they seem to think there was another assassination attempt in Red Bear, but
They were implying that, but that's not necessarily... It could be some sort of way of getting us to try and admit something, I'm not sure. Sternoff, how did you get back to Faerith that fast? Or not to Faerith, to Soji that fast?
To be honest with you, I forgot.
I know that we were delayed some because we checked the surrounding area to see if we could find any clues about the bandits, but
I bet.
they vacated the area long ago.
It was about a day, and I remember upon returning to Soju, we spoke to someone in the stables for a period of time, but regardless.
As it turns out, the bounty had been from High Sun, and the bandits had long since left the area.
Indeed. Why can't you be that goddamn fast whenever we're traveling together?
I thought that was just a cover.
Don't say that in front of the lawyer.
Nox
I didn't.
Heads downstairs, by the way, and informs Emma that she's probably going to be called up to court.
She understands and says it's part of the job.
And he nods, and he hugs her again, and he says, "I know you'll do just fine." And he walks off back to the rest of the group.
She moves in to attempt to give you a bonk on the head, but your beak gets in the way, and so instead she just hugs you back.
Wait, I don't have a beak. I have a human.
Yeah. Whatever you say, gay bird.
His nose.
Yeah, my nose. And I head back up, and I just chill out with the rest of the group.
For some reason in my head, I was like, yes, he's going to go back to being Rifter to say hug and only that.
I'll just be a Rifter for a second.
Yeah.
To be a Sussus Among Us for a second.
I literally imagined you walking down and like shifting in the rift just to be like, hi.
We do a little trolling here.
We do a little trolling.
Tick, 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 tick.
I wonder why they were so intent on the travel.
Seems such an odd detail to focus on. And not...
What is your impression of the proceedings so far, Sharat?
It sounds standard except for the focus on... That's all he says.
I was going to ask him if we'd made any major blunders in representing ourselves and our side of the story.
None that I'm aware of.
That's good, at least.
I will defer to your expertise on this matter. So, what do we think they will ask about tomorrow?
He looks up. Schönhoff, what do you know when it comes to teleportation?
Schoonhoff has died of a heart attack.
Sternhoff?
Hey, again, the music is a little loud.
You can turn down the music on your end if you so wish.
I did.
Alright. He asks, what teleportation do you know of, or I guess more relevantly, did you know?
I know Teleportation Circle and Arcane Gate.
So at the time, he likely would have only known teleportation circle. Unless he gave up knowledge of some weaker teleportation spell in the meantime.
Did anyone in the Mages Guild happen to see you enter from such teleportation?
I would say so, but considering the amount of people that come and go through there, I don't think they would have taken extra notice of me.
Fair point. Do any of you have any... I will keep this confidential. Any sense of motive for reasons why you might be involved with him? For it seems that after Rifter went on his own, that you were not on the best of terms.
None whatsoever.
We had entirely disconnected at that point.
He betrayed us, and once the trail had grown cold, we had no reason to keep in contact. No way to keep in contact, even.
And while it would have been an interesting idea to hunt him down, there were other things that I needed to take care of.
If they ask, will you be able to talk of such things?
It's very personal, but if it comes down to it, yes, I will.
And additionally, we didn't have any leads to go off of to find him. Especially once we'd returned to Hectorum in defeat.
And regardless, I think not hunting him down is hardly a motive to help him.
And in any case, I mean no disrespect, but I believe even my executor would have had difficulty in finding him.
I suppose you are the one representing us, so I might as well preface, speaking of what the personal motivations were, so you have some sort of idea of what we're going into.
Please.
Well, up until recently, I was beholden to the icon Dendar, or referred to my people as Nidhogg. For the period of time I'd been searching tirelessly for a way to sever myself, and I found it.
And you found success?
Indeed.
Not but 12 days ago.
And my eyes are but a symptom of it.
has done Nidhogg. Has Nidhogg ever possessed you?
Through direct possession only once, and it was in an attempt to prevent me from doing such, freeing myself from him.
Is it
Again,
possible
only 12 days ago.
that he might have done so in the past without your knowing?
Potentially so, but not from when I joined with the party. I've kept myself alongside Lorik and tasked him with watching over me. Veritably so, you touch upon a subject in that I did not trust myself while I was beholden to him.
I should hope they do not exploit the same ideas as they did in your past.
Hi.
Should that arrive, my liberation from him might clear some air at the very least.
We can
A
hope.
mind now unbeholden, able to view in retrospect without any fog.
In fact, it can even be on the record that that liberation is one of the only reasons why I even sought to have the citizen status returned.
Suppose, but it's not necessarily relevant to the court case.
Aye, but
It
the
sets
fact
good
that
standing.
Perhaps.
The purpose
likely
of
think-
fighting in such law is as much of the facts as proving character to be that you could not have done it with such character.
I suppose so. It was an interesting day. Felling two icons.
Yeah, that was messed up.
And you are sure that you have had no further contact with Rifter at any point?
entirely.
After he left, he left. Never seen him again. And pray tell, I hope I don't ever.
If he's foolish enough to make himself known around me, then all he has is an end to temperance as his blade.
Pray only that his soul can be redeemed after what he's done.
I shall be going to claim some dinner at the barracks. Lorik, if you would care to join. If not, I recommend to get good food and good rest before tomorrow.
I think I will be partaking of the food here at the guild, but thank you for the offer.
He stands up and begins to leave.
Thank you for everything so far, Shrat.
Of course, it is what's right.
Once
You're
Shrat
able
leaves,
to
Laura
peek out the window and see as he actually does in fact leave.
Yeah, once he does leave, Lorik lets out a big sigh. Like he's almost been holding his breath this entire time.
Once he properly leaves, Nox goes ahead and pulls out a big sheet of paper that he had been working with, and he basically writes out a detailed, relationship tree would be the best thing to call it, of how the party met Nox, how they and how we stopped hanging out. essentially using the hell floor as an excuse for why I left. Like, I didn't want anything part of the dungeon because the hell floor was so incredibly cancerous. Which
And that's when Vermilion showed up.
Yeah. And I also denote that Lorik told one of his, I forget who you told, but you told, I'm pretty sure, one of your Delmore friends about it, about Hellfloor.
I've definitely told someone about it.
You
Yeah.
have correspondences with Aloy?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
So-
I think that was one time when I specifically called for, like, maybe a complete occupation of the town isn't a good idea. This place is fucking haunted.
Yeah. So I basically just bring that up as like, oh hey, we have a paper trail for this. I'm big smart, and I thought.
No. I do not have a correspondence with Alay where I actually mentioned the Hell Floor.
Oh really? You didn't?
I did not write about the Hell Floor to Alay. I wrote about the island floor. But not the
Excuse
Hell
me,
Floor.
yes. You
Did
correct.
you? I could have sworn you told somebody about it in person. I think it might have been
I think
Carolyn. Okay.
It was someone. I may have brought it up at Jarabir or back when Lorik left the party.
I think in particular what they're going to focus on is our travel times between and from, and all of the general logistic data around the 32nd of Red Bear and the weeks
From what I
preceding.
what I think we need to focus on is the idea that Schoonhoff may not remember exactly what spells he used to have in his arsenal, and propose that he may have had some other teleportation spell in his arsenal at the time, such as, I don't know, a dimension door to aid in his travel.
Aye.
And given the period of time between then and now, it would make sense for him to have had that magic change as he grew stronger and become something like his arcane gate. After all, sorcery is a chaotic form of magic inherently.
Indeed, much like a virus, it mutates.
How do Doppler and Akela feel about the situation?
Dude. I feel like we're so screwed.
I feel like we're screwed too.
Yeah.
Same? Big same?
Because apparently we're not following the prophecy. So the one thing we had going for us.
I think that may be because I specifically asked Sayron, hey, get these guys off our tail. Way back when.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry,
God
guys.
damn you, past Lorik.
Past Lorik was a dick.
I have
We'll
no
always go
idea
away.
what you're
I'm
talking
not too
about,
worried.
but
We'll figure it out.
I think we'll lose like half the party to this.
Yeah, it'll only be half. And it'll only be the unimportant half.
Yeah, it'll only be
Yeah.
Lorik, Nox, and Lorik, Rifter, and Darius.
Yeah. You know, they'll be capped.
The one, honestly, the boring half, TBH.
True.
It's like,
Alright.
I exist as a character. Ooh, no, I want to murder
Just show up
hobo.
alive.
Imagine being a murder hobo.
True.
Big
That'd
true.
be me.
Honestly, Stoonhoff, Akela, Doppler gang represent.
Imagine not being racked with guilt every single time something goes wrong. Couldn't be me.
Imagine being racked.
Imagine being racked.
Imagine being racked.
Imagine getting the shit beat out of you in a still frame.
Got in his mind.
Oh, true. What else would the party like to do over the evening?
Piss and cry, and
We
shit our
should
pants.
like map out. We should like get out an old calendar and like map out where everyone was on each day.
Mhm.
That could be the case. Also, I hope I'm not the only one who noticed that they refer to you as Citizen Darius. It appears that my petition may have actually been successful. What a little comfort that is.
Perhaps it is, but perhaps it might be taken away once more. You never know.
Mayhaps, hopefully not.
At least I'm viewed in the eyes of the court as a citizen and not as a convict.
Aye. It's one thing in our favor.
Yeah,
Well,
stop there.
I'm
Oh, I said that was progress. That he's not a convict anymore.
That it is.
No, I'm an ex-con. I can't vote.
Nobody can.
Hey, you couldn't vote anyway. You were a foreigner.
It depends on what you did as a con.
Norik, you can't even vote.
Oh shit! Not until I become executor. If I become executor.
Nope.
And the
I
council
didn't
of eight gets
elect
to vote on
you.
council
We're
of
a
eight stuff.
monarchy. Nobody elects.
And the council of eight gets to vote on council of eight stuff.
I'll have
Like
you
you get
know,
fancy
a
stuff.
knife in the back is just as viable as a vote.
I'm just saying, Carolyn has the election system rigged because he gets the fanciest hat every single time.
God, no, that's what's wrong with the prophecy. Darius didn't have on a super fancy hat.
True.
Ooh.
The party will arrive to the court pimped out and bitchin'.
With the drip. As for the Jordans, I believe you've earned them.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I intend to get something to eat and retire for the night.
Come on, Mr. Darius. Come and smell the Tims.
Nox also throws in that for future grievances with timing, you could always say that there were arguments about where they should go.
That's true.
And then he leaves.
It was our second. Mention
We
there.
could just get lost, like Loki.
We got lost, Your Honor.
Wait, no, it's huge. It's huge because Rifter had our map because he was map drawer.
Wait, no, that's actually huge. Yes, Rifter did have the map.
This is true.
Wait a minute. And without Struenhoff, it would have taken you longer because you wouldn't be able to like magic your way through.
Dude, it's huge.
Wait, okay, cool. All right, I'm glad
Well,
my
Okay, Darius gonna find his journal spot, go through it and be like, all right, after reviewing my journal, I remember we got fucking lost as shit.
You see, Your Honor, I didn't know that we got lost. It was so easy to forget.
It's been so long and we've got new maps now that it wasn't something that we really remembered.
You see, Your Honor, as you can see, my Dragonborn Paladin here is dummy thick, and therefore it's harder for him to.
The clap of his armor cheeks, or his armor sheets, kept alerting all of the monsters in the area.
Yeah, we had to fight them off.
2 days worth of them. It was
2
crazy.
days worth, yeah, true. They
Inconvenient.
all wanted a piece.
I mean, honestly, look at him. Who wouldn't?
So I
We
hate
could
R for
forget
Renio.
something too. Like we could have forgotten something and had to double back. We could have gotten sick. We could have ran out of supplies. We could have had to stop to buy supplies. There's a lot of things that can make road trips take too long, you know.
Mhm. It was just the previous problem was that we'd gone directly there. It's like we said that we had direct trips, like we didn't stop or do anything on the trips. Because that was a preface question.
True. I think that before he actually heads to sleep, Lorik is going to actually review his journal very thoroughly.
Same with Darius.
Sounds reasonable to me.
Two bros in the same room, just reviewing their journals, trying desperately not to get executed.
Yeah.
And they are gay.
And they are gum.
True.
Yes. Yes.
I'll be taking that drip back, Mr. Freeman. After all, it was government property. As
If you
for the
want it,
Jordans,
you'll have to take it.
I
If
believe
you already knew
you
that, didn't you?
earned them.
Them.
Hey, sorry if anybody needed me. I got summoned by my girlfriend to do a thing.
From
Okay.
court summon to.
Dude, did you just get isekai'd away by your girlfriend?
I did.
It's really
Yeah.
good.
So are we? Yeah. So what's the plan, Stan?
The party exists.
We're reading, prepping, and thinking.
We go home and sleep. I don't know.
It has not been
Yeah.
particularly bitchy so far, has it?
Oh no. This has been great.
Oh yeah, it's been good. I just
Okay.
got a little bit frustrated about my luck because, you know,
Darius.
it is called Darius luck for a fucking reason.
Yeah.
There's a reason I don't let you roll my save.
Well, JC also got double twos, so.
Hey man, I was really hoping. Listen, I'm a halfling by trade, so I just got double ones and re-rolled them into double twos. What can I say? I'm a professional.
Huge.
All I can think of is that
Mission failed successfully.
Chad like angered some Fey spirit, and now can never roll more than a 4.
Yeah, it's called Dendar.
True.
No,
Wait,
no.
Dendar's not
When,
gay.
when I was with Dendar, I still had shit luck.
Yeah, you angered him even then. Darius is born Dendar, and I took that personally. Shall we move to the next day then?
No.
Sure.
The party re-arrives at the courthouse with most people waiting outside of it.
I assume Doppler and Rifter drink the rest of the potion.
Yes, please.
I mean, if they're going for, Yeah.
Yes, and I do the same bit again where I'm like, oh hey, if it isn't my good friend Lorik from the from Hectorum, wouldn't it be cool if he stayed next to me with his aura of protection?
we can
I sure
get
do like
through the
that.
formalities.
Yeah. You already know.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Chad rolls mine. I got faith in him.
And if I'm nearby, you get a +5 instead of a baby +4.
Flash of genius.
Roll my save, Chad.
How much does
I'll
your
do it,
flash of
baby.
genius give?
5.
5.
You are good. Rifter is good. Rifter is not dead.
Listen, I got you, baby.
Chad to roll it. Here we go.
Chad, give me that D20.
Advantage?
It does have advantage.
Why don't I roll these dice?
Ah, there it is. See? You just rolled one
Never mind.
twice.
See?
See? It's easy. It's a 1 and a 1. Which is to say it's an 11.
Which makes it a 16.
Which makes it a...
Okay, 1 to 1 did not
Wait, why does it
sound
make it
great.
a 16 instead of a 15?
Darius or protection, he said.
Alright, the Mao.
The question is the DC 16 or 17? Fuck, God, shit.
The party has their options.
Aquila, please help.
Okay, I'll do it.
Yay!
Yay.
Not like we're gonna be spending any other resources today.
Yeah.
Huge.
Unless Rifter just decides to fucking murder that Kenku for being a narc.
No, stop.
With his bare hands, that requires strength.
Actually, JC recently ruled that hands are finesse weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, good thing they're
Finesse
finesse 'cause
these
you're about to catch them.
hands. Finesse these hands.
Yeah, I'm about to finesse those hands, true.
Now you just made it weird.
All right. Where the fuck is Nox? There's Nox. Boop. This time I sit next to Doloric, proper, cause I'm gay. Lol.
You heard it here, folks. Nox, it does is gay.
True.
Oh, hey, there's that merchant dude from Hectorum. The one who looks like Anduin.
Mm-hmm.
Where is Slorg? Is he safe? Is he
That's true.
okay?
He's waiting outside.
What, do you
Like
mean
he did
emotional
yesterday.
support familiars aren't allowed in?
Any familiars
Emotional
aren't
support
allowed in.
familiar.
It's anti-magic, stupid idiot, man.
Whoa.
Slimes transcend magic.
Some do.
Yeah, well, Slork is an anti-magic field.
Oh, you know what?
Slorg
Hard to
eats the
argue with
anti-magic.
that. And I can't deny any opportunity to make Stork more overpowered than he already is.
True. Slorg will just devour the whole courthouse and prove our innocence that way.
True.
Your Honor, they're dead. They can't be guilty.
Your Honor, look at this smiling face. How could that be guilty?
You know what? Fair. Slork, innocent. The rest, guilty for not being Slork.
The good ending.
Yeah.
The good ending. The next
Not
day
for
goes...
long. Darius
ahead.
casts true polymorph on himself to become Slork.
Okay, Darius, go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw with disadvantage as you enter the building.
Huge.
Why disadvantage? It'll just roll one anyway.
Ah.
Wait, what the fuck?
Got him.
What? What are the odds?
Wow, Darius stays as Stork in the courthouse, and then he doesn't get that by the moonbeam, and instead just ends up. No, wait, no. By raw, polymorph stays even if you enter a anti-magic field. You just can't switch out of it, so you're just permanently Stork in the courthouse now. Haha.
The good ending.
The good ending.
The good ending.
Anyway, back to reality.
yeah.
Snap back to reality.
There goes gravity.
Similar start with everybody being requested to list off their names. Those people are not there yet.
We do so.
Yeah. Shit happens. As it gets groovy. Laura, would you come to the stands? Loric, would you please clarify? I'm not familiar with Sugma. Where's Sugma?
Hold on.
Suck a dick!
Oh god.
Loric shall be quartered tomorrow morning.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Back to reality. Lorai is called to the stands and gives a honestly very reasonable and very respectable communication on your behalf on not only confirming that you were in Sojupem on the first case simply to perform deliveries on his behalf, but also in that, like, you're very upstanding and courteous in all of the interactions that he has experienced with you. Secondly, a semi-constructed man ends up walking up to the stand. He gives accounts that he had seen them as the party came through to search for bandits, and also ended up seeing them later a second time when they caused quite a scuffle for reasons that he did not quite know. He speaks a little bit about how supposedly there was some business of them hunting down a purple tiefling at the time, for which he does not know and had only seen briefly while they were in the bar. Do any of you wish to give any questions to either of the two of them?
I don't see any reason to question, but if anyone else does, please do. This is not my area of expertise. I am not Mr. Law and Order.
I do not remember this.
I remember both events.
Yeah, it was all just basic recounted.
Mm-hmm. Bandit Trip and Snake Nightmare.
Snake.
Con piernas.
Snake con piernas.
So, because you guys fucking prepared it a little bit afterwards using your downtime, I would like both, any two of you, to give a deception check as they attempt to bring up the idea that given like 5 different sample sizes that they've had from like conversations with both you, like markings from different places you've stayed at, that like you have a fairly consistent time to travel a certain distance, and that like it would be abnormal for that to happen there. Given the other cases, and you guys talked about it, so you're allowed to use your good arguments and just give me your 2 deception checks.
All right.
I'll take one.
So I have a
Okay.
I have a plus 15 to deception, but I also have Darius luck. I don't know how that would interact, but I do have a plus 15 to deception. So
So
I think we let Darius do it.
I would recommend Darius do it as well, but I have
What's-
reliable talent and I have proficiency in deception. I have a plus 7 deception, so I basically guarantee 17.
yeah, that's true. But I essentially guarantee a 16.
You're
With a
right.
much higher-
Which is why we should do
Yeah, that's
both.
true. Wait, but
Since
what's
we have
Doppler's?
two.
What's Doppler's though?
I think mine's probably pretty good. I don't
Doppler's
remember.
guarantees a 15 if it's not a 1.
So,
Man, we
yeah.
got a whole party full of liars.
Dude, we're a bunch of fucking hooligans. It's almost like we're outlaws or something.
Wow, who would
All
have
right,
thought?
so
Here
Lord
goes
has to
nothing.
deal with it all.
then that means Doppler's is plus 13. It's
14.
like a
Plus
14,
13.
13.
I'm plus 13. Okay.
Did he not up his proficiency bonus?
Oh, yeah, he should have hit level 13, so he should have a plus 15.
I'm leveled in like 4 levels, guys.
Well, he should be.
You should have a plus
you're
level
supposed to
9.
be level 13 because we said everybody needs to level up to level 13.
Oh, I'm still like level 10. I don't know.
Yes, you are
No,
still
you're
level
still-
10, which is
I'm
why
still
you
level
need to be
10.
level 13.
Just to fix it, you can just switch his number to 13 and it'll auto fix his
Yeah,
proficiency.
yeah,
Like
I don't want to
for
do
the-
that because I
the
don't want to fuck up the rest of the shit, and it's the same as Rifters anyway, so we're just gonna do that for now.
Okay, so
point
Rifter and
is-
Darius.
Mr. Rain, please make
Yeah,
sure
I
that
should-
sometime these next 2 weeks we go in and actually do the shit instead of not doing that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
Yeah.
ahead. Roll my deception. Evan luck, let's go.
So that becomes a 17, right?
Yeah, wow.
yeah.
Nutty.
Well, let's see.
Darius.
Hey,
That was
yo.
not supposed to be with disadvantage, but it was a 6. So
I mean, they were both
What?
6s.
yeah, they were both 6s, so it didn't really matter.
These
Even
are
if it
decent
wasn't-
rolls. Let's go!
Let's
Yo.
go.
Six.
Alright, that point is reasonably debated in that we just got fucking lost. The Mal Rift stole the fucking map.
He didn't steal it. He was the one with it in the first place.
Yeah,
He's a
he
kingpin.
stole it. He
Because we didn't
fucking
expect to
stole
be
it
betrayed
because
by
he
him.
stole himself.
True. It was the one trip that we didn't have either or sorcerer to guide us, nor a map.
The party begins to, or the prosecution begins to call into question any of your relationships with any of the Volstrom or other nobility. Starting with Nox. Nox, have
Oh,
you
fuck.
have
Mission
you ever
failed.
been in any interaction with any nobles from the Volstrom territories?
I shake my head. No.
That would be a bold-faced lie. Nen.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. And then I clarify. Oh, no. I
So,
did.
in the future, Mr. Lorik, like, that's all fine to
Sorry.
talk about before we get to the point where they're
I'm-
specifically being questioned.
Sorry.
I constantly forget that she's technically a Volstrom and not a Montague.
Well,
Actually, you
technically,
know
she's
what?
a Montague right now.
Yeah, so I argue, well, it depends on how you look at it. Because a woman by the name of Nen was technically a Volstrom, but now she's a Montague, so, and I kind of shrug.
Mr. Knox, are you feeling okay?
I'm fine. The stress of this is just taking its toll.
Of course. Do you roughly when did you end up first meeting then?
I go ahead and think. I don't think Nox. This is Evan, the player, asking. I don't think Nox has actually interacted with her up until like now, right? Am I correct in that? I'm pretty sure that's right, but I feel like I could be incorrect about that.
Didn't we visit them the first time?
Yes, but I
Soju?
think I was Rifter for that.
Yeah, he was Rifter for the first visit, but from then on, the only time.
Hey guys, I'm at the hotel. I gotta go. This was awesome though. Fun
Okay,
session.
well, give us just like 2 minutes, Doppler. We'll ask you next, and then you'll be good to go.
Okay.
Okay, but yeah, I just go ahead and I double down. I say, so yeah, I think very recently, unless my memory fails me.
All right. Thank you very much, Doppler.
Yes.
Would you be so kind to elaborate on any of your contacts that you may have had with any Volstrom territory elites?
I think I met one of them at a fair once, and I got hired to perform for him or something. But then a bunch of plague stuff came up, and I kind of bailed. So I might not be in the best standing, actually.
Is it true that you were present? I believe I remember you at the Evil Festival. That was you, correct?
Yeah. That was me.
And a final question. What general magics are you able to perform?
I'm actually pretty well varied. I can do a lot of stuff. I found this cool suit of armor that lets me pretty much cast anything I can think of.
I see. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any further questions?
Nope, not for you. You were good to go.
All right. Y'all have an awesome night. This was fun. See you.
You
Yep.
too,
See ya.
buddy.
Lore.
That bardic inspiration was clutch.
Yes, it was. Gash walks up to the stands. When I had visited in one of our previous areas to your estate. Sorry, that's not his voice. Lorik. When we had visited your estate in the past, you were housing a Vermilion. That's correct?
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge to the whereabouts of where Vermilion is now?
As I recall, he is around the Hectorum area taking care of odd jobs. I haven't kept in touch with him since we left the town, though.
When did you first come in contact with him?
As I recall, I first met Vermilion after an incident that we refer to colloquially in this group as the Hell Floor. It was an incident where the dungeon appeared to take us to some other place. I use other in the loosest sense. Filled with eldritch creatures that I will not go into detail describing. Shortly after that, Vermilion had arrived in the town, and he accompanied us further until such time as I traveled to Gerard Martivir. And he has accompanied us at several different points since then.
I see. How many of you were present for this floor?
Ackler
was.
raises her hand.
Pretty much everybody but Nox does, right? I presume?
Nox was there.
Excuse me, yes. Everybody, including Nox, raises their hand, I presume?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. Nox, why did you leave shortly after?
That experience. And I kind of like look up for a bit, like as if I'm like remembering like horrors, like I look like really messed up. It changed me. I have not kept in contact since. I'm done.
I see. Dar... He just looks a little unsteady for a second as he's just thinking. No more questions. He somewhat wobbly walks over to the side and sits back down at their benches.
Could I perceive, insight, whatever, why he's acting that way?
You may attempt
I was
to
about to
perceive.
ask to insight.
You may
The
attempt to
same.
perceive.
My passive
Same.
insight or perception is a 23. Does
I
that
am
give me
aware.
anything?
23.
23 of them, I got him.
So, what kind of information can I get from a 23?
He just looks unsteady and he just looks like he's a little sick, essentially.
Can I tell with what? Or, like, if he's sweating or what sort of symptoms he has?
He is, like, a little bit wobbly. It's almost a little bit of drunk without actually being, like, drunkish.
I see. Okay, makes sense.
Serene, would you please come to the stand? You were present at the time when Philip's second attempted assassination was to take place, yes? She shakes her head. And you were accompanying him, why? Because after the first one left him fairly paralyzed from the legs down, he needed a caretaker. I took up that mantle for him. And do any of them look like the people who met up with him and assaulted him during that time? She looks over to the group of you. No, none of them do. It was Rifter who did it. Thank you. He looks at both groups. Do any groups have do either groups have any questions?
Darius stops for a second. I was under the impression there was a second attempt.
Nox just kind of gives this confused look and nods at Darius, like, huh?
Around the same time that the group of you were traveling back from Varith, our best guess is around the 26th or 27th, Rifter struck once more out him, and this time leaving him gravely wounded.
I now understand your previous lines of questioning better.
Nox kind of looks down for a bit, like eyes wide, like shocked, as if like he had just learned some grave news.
So this one's gonna be a little different. Lorik, would you give me deception with advantage?
Okay.
Oh, let's
Everybody
go.
else, I'm willing to say, has enough so far.
BBQ
Okay.
luck. BBQ luck.
Good enough.
Fuck.
Okay.
Good enough. For now. You don't flop your performance like, whoa, wait, really? What?
This is why Lorik tries not to show too much in general.
Yes, exactly. Lorik remains his stoic self.
Yeah, so there was a second
Mildly
attempt.
perturbed.
A couple minutes go by. Haller takes a couple steps forward. He thinks about calling out Doppler, but stops. Aquila, would you come forward? Join the rest of your group at the stands?
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
What are the most grievous wounds you've had to deal with from any of your compatriots?
I mean, there was the one time Doppler got knocked into a coma for answering a riddle wrong. That was pretty bad. August denting his armor on the first today wasn't good. You know, he's a turtle, so
August?
it's his body. Oh, he's not here. He wasn't here for any of this.
Any of what?
Oh, he left like a long time ago.
How long is a long time ago?
I don't know months, man.
Yeah, if you want to say, you can just say, I don't remember. You can just look over to the rest of the group.
I do that.
As I recall, August left the party sometime during the middle of Red Bear. I don't remember the exact date because I was away at Jar Martivir at the time. But when I returned, he had left.
When is this mid-Red Bear? After your return home?
As far as I understand, he left sometime after I had departed, but sometime before I had returned.
Oh, I see.
I believe he remained, if I may, in the dungeon when we had taken a trip in while Lorik was gone.
Oh, I see. Back to the point at hand, Miss Aquila.
Yeah.
Is Miss okay? Okay.
Yes. No, actually. I'm a doctor.
Dr. Aquila. Are you familiar with the kind of burns that most smites leave on a person?
I don't treat too many people who actively fight paladins. But I've seen one or two here and there, yes.
Would you tell us when these one or two situations may have occurred?
Oh, I mean, in my travels generally.
I see.
Darius raises his hand. I can recount an example. Or I can recount one example in particular.
Yeah.
Would you be so kind as to elaborate?
Earlier towards our journeys, and we had only recently become acquainted with each other. Lorik and I, in the Fighters Guild,
Right, you guys were sparring.
were sparring, and we laid into each other pretty hard.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty.
Carolyn looks
I-
at Lorik a little bit cockeyed.
Lorik just maintains a general line of vision with Parallel, not necessarily making eye contact, but definitely looking at him.
Can't remember the exact circumstances of it. It might have been a display of who was in control in the situation. We had only just met, and after all, I did, at that point, just come through his company. I didn't know who or what I could trust at that point. And
we had
I don't know,
partaken
it was very early.
While you're in the middle of that conversation, Calorie kind of falters a little bit. He almost stumbles over, but he stays upright.
Are you alright?
He, at that point, pretty much stands completely straight upright and kind of walks over to the table you're at. He's just looking at Lorik and Nux specifically.
Is something wrong?
Do either of you have anything on the table?
I don't think Lorik would have had something on the table yet.
Alright. He essentially takes his fists and slams them straight down on the table, breaking off one of the planks off to the side into a sharp point.
Oh my god.
Darius jumps a little bit.
He begins to stab himself repeatedly.
What in the hell's is even going on here?
Is this normal court proceedings?
Give me a
Everybody,
sec.
like, quickly, like, the guards are, like,
I
moving
jump on him.
He's
Lorik
like,
is
I
going to
jump
try
on
and
him.
grapple him away from that wood splinter.
he has stabbed himself multiple times, and you can go and give me a strength with disadvantage. Gash
This is some happy
and
music.
Freya, I know, right? I meant to switch over to the other one, but I did not. Oops, Lamau.
I can DJ.
Yeah,
What-
DJ it up.
Okay.
Gash and Freya
I
at about
need
the
to
same
get my
time.
character sheet.
Damn, that's unfortunate, Lorik. Each
Darius, help me get this thing away from
at
him.
the same time end up basically doing the same thing to the wood in front of them on their tables.
Oh my god, wait, what the fuck?
Darius. Oh, he can't. Oh, damn it. Darius sort of like looks around in sort of a panic and
Can I use?
makes his way over. As he's passing Perilyn, he says, "I can maintain some of their health. If you can do the
Hold
same
on.
to another."
He just attempts to stop them from stabbing each other.
Yeah.
Darius is not strong.
Aquila, I could use some assistance here.
Yes, I already was trying to say that I jump and do stuff here.
Akla, give me your athletics.
Okay.
wait. I have good music for this. Okay, here we go. Bloodshed.
Perilyn
Oh.
yells out, "Shut it down! Shut off the shut!" And that's all he says is Vash runs out and is this the Metroid?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
Can I try and cast web to get these guys entangled?
You can try to cast web.
Oh god.
As you make your physical motions and speak the words to cast web, nothing happens.
Oh boo.
Darius is gonna try the best he can to try and restrain with his baby athletics. If you would like me to roll.
I would like you to roll.
Disadvantage, normal, advantage.
It's just a roll.
Wait, why is mine
Huge.
disadvantage then?
You will understand in a bit. You know what? You probably won't know in a bit. It's literally just because him on his character sheet has the, like, advantage against it. The other two do not, but
Oh,
he
okay.
does. He has the whole, like,
Uh,
grappling
Knox
shit.
is just gonna go ahead and hide underneath the like shit. He's just gonna hide into the rafters.
So... And
I would
let me
say
roll
underneath the
for
table,
each of
but-
them. Yeah, no. All of the Inquisitors successfully kill themselves before the barrier gets turned off as the pylon underneath where Lorik is right now. Each of the metal spikes on that begin to twist a little bit and pull in, and all of a sudden, like, everybody feels as their magic returns to them.
No.
Darius immediately
Can I
drops
try to
to a
use
knee,
Spare the
puts his hands
Dying?
back.
He is dead. Like they're
Ah.
dead. Like they are, like, their entire middle sections are just gone. Like they continued stabbing themselves after they should have been dead.
Oh god, that's horrible.
Darius drops to a knee and immediately begins casting Revivify on the one in front of him.
Wait, do you have the diamond for
I
that?
don't have
Oh, damn
the
it.
diamonds
That's
for
consumed.
Revivify.
Wait, you have the diamond for Revivify?
Harland is casting Revivify
No, I
on
don't.
one of them.
Does anyone have diamonds? I have Revivify.
As well as me.
I shout to the room.
I have Revivify too.
Lorai runs in.
We
Quick,
need
do
diamonds.
you have any diamonds?
He gives you a couple gems that are of equivalent value.
Here.
Laura,
Okay,
and he
I
sort of raises his hand.
rush over here and start casting Revivify.
Each of the three of them are revived, but they remain motionless on the floor.
Can I use Spare the Dying now?
You can.
I'm guessing that doesn't help anything.
Correct. Each of them are awake and conscious, but simply laying down and breathing.
What in the hell's just even happened?
I'm gonna Mass Healing Word.
Anybody who leaves is held in contempt. Varash, close the door.
Actually, I'm not gonna cast Mass Healing Word. I'm gonna take out the Cure Wounds stick and bonk him. If that's alright. I ask permission first.
What's happened here?
Lorik is going to try and use Divine Sense to see if he can see any kind of celestial fiend, whatever.
Fairy
fuckery.
Fire. I have that.
There is no magical essence anywhere nearby. It's very clearly, like, devoid of any of that, except for the recent celestial energy that has filled the room as a result of all of the, like, healing and revivify that has happened.
I'm bonking people with the Cure Wounds stick.
They are getting to the point where they are less wounded and their guts are kind of flowing properly into their body.
Mm-hmm.
That's gross.
Lorik is just going to dump 70 points of Lay on Hands into this motherfucker.
You do so.
Or 75.
He is mostly topped off.
I forgot I have 75 now.
Can I use Mending on their ruptured skin?
No.
Mending only works on objects.
Darius casts Mending on the ruptured skin with 65 points of Lay on Hands.
Honestly, kind of base. Nice flex. Even with them being completely, like...
I get my med kit out and start
Given the
suturing
multitude
wounds.
of Delmarev and medical people, each of their bodies are completely intact, and yet they remain where they were, being that on the benches or on the floor, motionless, just staring into the ceiling, occasionally blinking.
What in the nine just happened? Lorik?
Let's see.
I have no idea.
Perlin, like, his hand kind of starts to glow a little bit green as he reaches over and just, like, places it in front of, like, into the first, like, juror's head for a couple moments.
Can we get a, I guess, an X on people who are either incapacitated or dead?
Nobody's dead right now, but
Oh,
Only the 3 Inquisitors are incapacitated.
Okay. Gotcha.
There you go, homie.
Sorry, I totally thought this guy successfully.
He did.
Yeah, he did.
I know you casted Revivify, but I assume that others also killed themselves successfully.
Yeah,
They
they
did.
all got revivified.
Oh wow, really?
Can
They had
I
enough for that. Damn.
use lesser restoration on this guy?
You can.
Does it do anything?
His body is completely healthy.
Well, it's conditioned, blinded, deaf, and paralyzed
Yes,
or poisoned.
His body is
Okay.
completely fine.
Okay.
So,
What could this have
Darius,
even been?
Parolin moves over and he says, "Don't move." And he just kind of
Mhm.
puts his hand straight through your skull for a moment.
he just stands up straight and still.
It's uncomfortable, but then he pulls out after just about like 6 seconds and moves over to Akla and continues to do the same, giving the same sentiment.
I felt
Can I use
worse
detect
in my
magic?
mind.
You can use detect magic. His hand's magic.
No, not on the hand, on the guy.
I mean, you get to see it anyway. No, there is no trace of magic on him of anything except for restoration magics.
Oh, that's so weird.
Something like this would have had to worm their way into their heads before this proceeding.
Lorik, he does
Lord,
the same
Wow.
to
stand
you.
still. Is there a possibility that this could be something other than magic? Some primordial force, or
Or some sort of primordial evil. God damn it.
Noxie attempts to do the same
no?
for you.
I'm
Oh,
not
I
talking
was.
about that.
Wait. Oh, so he sees me.
Yes.
Oh,
Like, he's
okay.
just walking around checking everyone.
I know. I said I was hiding though.
You mean like actually just like genuinely just like hiding?
I was genuinely trying to stealth. Yeah.
Okay, from everyone, go ahead and give me a stealth roll.
But my thought is, with how this seems to have affected their minds, maybe we're dealing with some kind of psychic abomination.
He just calls down, "Get up,"
That's fair.
I get up.
and he puts his stand still as he kind of grabs on your shoulder with one hand and kind of puts his like hand just straight through, almost piercing motion with the other as it glows green. It's a little uncomfortable, but quickly he moves on. Stroonhoff, any resistance?
No.
Okay. He goes around and continues searching amongst the rest of them. The party may now speak.
So, Aquila, you said that there was no magic that you saw aside from the healing that we've all used, correct?
Correct, not that I could detect.
So, this might sound far-fetched, but maybe we are dealing with some kind of psychic abomination, something that would have been able to bypass the
Oh, sorry.
protections against magics.
Why just them?
When
I
you are
don't know.
finished with your conversation, Parolin returns and is ready to talk to you, but there is not pressure. Just continue your discussion.
I mean, I'd say that we're still talking, like, even with him standing there, like, we're still just
Yeah.
having this conversation. So, like, he can interject.
I'm saying
whenever
it
he
takes
feels-
like 4
Yeah.
minutes for
Oh,
him to
okay,
do all the
okay.
shit, so like you have
Okay.
time.
Because if it were an ongoing magical effect, I assume it would have encountered at least some resistance in the field, or been dispelled entirely.
Right. I
So,
don't
unless this is the work of an absurdly powerful arcanist, there's something else at work here.
Indeed. But before we even ask how, we need to know why. Why was it just these three? I have a feeling something's moving against us in particular.
Mayhaps.
It would be too convenient from a court standing where they just killed themselves in court. the three prosecuting us. Puts us in a bind. Who would... I think we're done with the conversation now. We're just kind of like trying to think about what the hell's going on.
Okay, Parolin gets back, and specifically to Lorik, we'll finish this later. You're not off the hook. Like,
Of
we'll
course.
still need you later. Right now, more important. Search this city up and down. There's a scion somewhere. Find them.
Of course. Alright, come
What's
on
a
everyone, we
scion?
have to figure this out. I can explain on the way, Aquila.
Okay.
Let's go then.
As Nox moves, he just hands a note to Lorik. I need another dagger.
Alright, Aquila, for your question, we don't know what exactly a scion is, but our best intelligence so far is that a scion is some kind of creature that has aligned themselves with powers beyond and can create effects like magic that aren't magic. They're abominations against the natural order.
Okay.
How are we going to catch this thing?
I don't know, but we have experience fighting at least one other creature that has this kind of power. Remember those creatures from the Hell Floor, the ones commanding all the others?
Don't tell
What
me.
were the special properties of the cool chain again?
The cool chain?
That we bought from the guy.
Oh, the rope.
Yeah. What
It
was
was
the
rope.
thing with that?
It was like rope that you could also push on. Like, it had a
Okay.
command word that you could, like, cause it to, like, hold whatever shape it was in.
Okay. Interesting. Alright. Let's go look.
Parolin eventually ends up rushing out after just a bit longer and, ends up essentially going straight to the Delmarev barracks, and it's the general gist, even though this isn't the literal words, is turn the city upside down and find them.
Mhm.
And
I think we might need to make some contact.
multiple people, both of the guard of the city itself as well as the Delmarev who are present, begin like going door to door searching areas.
In a hushed tone, Lorik asks the others, "You remember that place that we went to after the play, right?
The bar. Aye.
I suspect that the bartender there may have some kind of psychic power, but I don't believe they were the scion that we're looking for here. I think we should pay them a visit and see if they know anything about this.
They might have the closest thing to information.
They might know how to find another scion, if they are in fact scion themselves.
Perhaps.
Alright, come on.
Nox just like looks around. He points to his dagger of returning and like raises his other hand like that's pointing out that it's empty. Like.
No, you'll
Alright,
be
come on, we
fine,
can pick
baby
them up on the
boy.
way over. The Mercenaries Guild is right there.
As we're on our way, can I stop by the Mercenaries
Yes.
Guild and Okay. And I ask Emma to borrow a dagger. Just a
Yes.
normal dagger. Okay, cool.
Lork is going to reclaim temperance in his shield.
Got it.
Shield grabbed.
Shield grabbed. Hey, welcome. How you doing? Good
This
to have
is
you
We're
back.
on better terms.
Strange situation. We believe that a Scion was responsible for events regarding events in the courtroom today. We don't think it was you, but we were hoping that you may have some information that might
Fuck.
help us be able to find this other Scion.
Yeah, where can I meet you? Later. I need to leave. Quick, just anywhere.
If you head to Hectorum, you might be able to find something. But do you have any information that might help us in how to find a Scion?
She just looks around. We'll talk later. I'm sorry. Thank you
They're
for
locking the
thank
city
you for
down.
coming here.
Yes.
And she just, without the door even opening like it had most of the previous times, she just walks straight through the door.
Alright, come on, we have to check the commercial district then, if she's not going to be of any help.
Of course, it was a dead end.
The commercial district has the most people. That would probably be a place that someone like that would try to hide. Hiding in plain sight.
How are we going to peruse through the people? Could be hiding amongst them.
Does anyone have any magics that would let them even detect something like that?
Looking.
I have
Wait.
some level of ability to detect what is evil and what is good. What is something not generally of one of the normal races.
Hopefully that helps us find this abomination.
Well, he's going to cast Detect Evil and Good on himself. And like move alongside the walls of each of the buildings, like brushing his hand against the wall. I'm assuming that it's the barriers are not 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
Correct. Most of them,
And just
some of them might be like 1 foot of wood, or 1 foot of stone, but that
And-
is far rare.
he's essentially just walking through, waiting for a ding.
That, as you're walking there, there's a whole bunch of good ringing.
Specifically looking for like an aberration signature, right?
Yeah. This not the celestial sigil. Like he. I mean, but it could be a celestial though. We don't necessarily know.
That kind of manipulation doesn't feel celestial.
Well, nor did the jinns.
You have a point, but we have to keep moving.
Would you
Is
like...
there? God.
Go ahead. No, you ask. I was just gonna ask to streamline it, but if you have more specific things, you can go and do it.
I was just gonna ask if there's any place in the commercial center where Rifter could go ahead, climb up, and try to get, pardon the pun, bird's eye view.
Don't you fucking
Yeah.
Oh my
Of
god.
Yeah. You already got it.
Yeah.
Okay, we have to murder Rifter now.
What? Who's Rifter?
Yeah,
They have to
true. I
murder
don't know who
Nox
that
now.
is. Oh fuck.
Oh fuck.
But yeah, no. Literally, I just want to get up as high, see if I can find any information that would help us.
Nox, I just want to get high. Go. You end up finding a spot that ends up getting high. Would you like to roll me a perception?
I would love to roll your perception, please. No. All right.
Lol.
23.
How the fuck did you?
Reliable.
Because I
Oh.
have reliable talent, but we're ruling it
Oh,
the
okay.
natural ones
Yeah.
still are bad.
You just fall on your ass as you try to climb up, and you eventually get up, and you're just dizzy,
Sorry.
and you can't see particularly well. You see that the city's fucking chaotic, though.
I see.
in one, like, yeah, in one area, particularly in the very far area, a little bit more in the slumsy area, a fire has broken out.
I go ahead and as I fall, and I just say, "Fire over there," and I point over to where it is.
That's
Maybe
better
our
lead than what
scion.
we've.
Hmm?
It's better lead than what we've got now.
Maybe our scion is trying to use that as a diversion to escape town.
Potentially, but the Delmarevs will have had the gates locked down very deeply.
Unless they can be influenced by the scion.
True.
We don't know how powerful they are, but they were able to overcome 3 Inquisitors at once.
We just don't have any leads.
Check demons, Luther.
Okay.
Nox just kind of shrugs his shoulders and he says, "Well, okay, I guess we don't have anything."
We can at least check the slums, see if anyone noticed something suspicious.
All right.
So, Mr. Schoonhoff, while you're going through, do you mind if I do it in voice?
Sure,
Okay.
it's fine.
As you're going through and you're observing the city with arcane eye, you end up zipping around, going to different areas, and you pretty much see as the main problem right now, at least, is that like you don't find very many leads on the sign itself, but you certainly see a lot of cases of let's just say the due process that you were just experiencing not being particularly experienced by others, as many people are kind of like having their home doors blown open and just guards rushing in different areas, and I won't call it ransacking, but you get the general idea that it's not particularly friendly investigation.
See,
Hmm?
I see.
And I would like to suggest, given the significance of upcoming events, that we call scene here.
All right.
Yeah,
Unless that's
probably
too
wise.
much of a cocktail.
Nah.
I am very excited for this, but not even just for like any sort of future combat, but just because I feel like this is going to become a very heated debate.
Why is
On
that?
what scions are and stuff like that?
Well, A, because Rifter is Rifter, so you know he doesn't take Scions bad, but also B, Rifter is of the opinion good. Yes. So this will be interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, that was certainly an interesting session.
I like it. I'm really hyped.
I know that I went through a whole bunch of different versions of drafts to make sure that court stuff went at a reasonable speed, that I wasn't doing what I did with the frickin' theater episode and just coming up with shit on the spot. And so I had a whole bunch of points prepared, and I think it went well enough.
I think it was pretty tense. Yeah.
How was the pacing?
The pacing was decent.
No.
Yeah. My
Aside
only
from... Sorry,
Okay.
you go ahead.
my only like critique, I guess, is that I feel like this probably should have just opened up at the court scene. I'm just gonna be real. I mean, there obviously were things that we could have done
Yeah.
to prepare, but like I feel like it should have just been, hey, you guys take a few days to prepare. Say amongst the party what you want to say. Court scene, because outside of that, there really isn't anything.
I mean, yeah,
that we...
I think we had talked about that a little bit, and the consensus was just that, like, hey, I guess we were doing this.
Yeah, but that's just me. I'm more excited about the setup for this than anything else.
Fantastic. It looks like we're gonna have a good time when we get to come back. Not next Friday, because next Friday's a bye week, but the Friday after that. I look forward
That's
to
what
seeing
we in the
everybody
business.
tuning back into the stream again next
Queens.
Friday on the 14th.
Or not next Friday. You mean the Friday after?
I mean, well, also, that's the 13th anyway, because I'm a stupid idiot brain
true.
with
Friday
small
the 13th.
numbers. because I looked at the calendar and I'm like, 31 is lit up now, and 2 under that is 14, which means 14 is the thing. Fuck the fact that it's Saturday right now. Catch everybody Friday the 13th for the spooky scions. Woo!
But it's not Friday the 13th.
Fuck you.